Good afternoon. I would like to welcome everyone who is here in Novoagorova. I welcome those who have gathered at the call center, as well as in the regions of Russia, in the cities of Moscow and St. Petersburg. Today we're holding our traditional final press conference of this year. But due to the coronavirus circumstances, we have not had a chance to hold our direct line, so colleagues wanted to combine two events together. So it's a press conference with elements of our direct line so that I could talk to the citizens directly, to listen to what they think about what is happening in the country, to listen to their proposals as to what and how can be done additionally to make sure that the goals we have before us, issues we have, are addressed as efficiently as possible. And from the outset, I would like to say that, as we saw in previous years, we've got a very good practice. We have had several thousand, hundreds of thousands of questions in advance. And I would like to thank my colleagues at administration and at the government for processing those and responding to them. But I would also like to thank the Chamber of Citizens, the Civil Chamber, and the volunteers. And I would also like to thank them for fostering direct contacts to those who participated in previous direct lines. They spoke to the citizens, discussed the issues that were raised, and on many occasions they helped address those issues successfully. And I think this year we are going to do it in the same way. I would like to ask the volunteers of the All-Russian Popular Front to keep up with this very good and useful practice. For me, I would like to say these events are not just a formality. I attach a huge importance to these events. Yes, I know there is a huge information flow. I'm constantly exposed to about what is happening in the country. I've got many channels of information coming to me, but there is nothing as valuable as talking directly to the people of Russia, to the citizens of Russia. There is nothing else as valuable as having an opportunity to hear what citizens think, how they live, and what we need to do to make sure our lives are even better. And I think this is the end of my introductory remarks. I think we should, without further ado, jump straight into questions. And I would like to give the floor to Dmitry Peskov, who is currently at the call center. He is going to moderate our joint work today. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Yes, the platforms, the studios are dispersed all across the country, and let's begin from the easternmost point, from Vladivostok. Please, let's be brief and as succinct as possible so that as many journalists can ask questions as possible. Vladivostok, help us. Yes, thank you. Good evening. It's Vladivostok, center of the biggest federal district. We've got 50 journalists gathered here. They're very active. Each and every one of them have an audience, traditional audience, and questions they would like to ask. I suggest we should begin, and I think there are those who are willing to take the floor, but maybe, Mr. Peskov, you would choose someone who is going to be the first to ask a question. Can I have a look at the room, please?
Кто-то вот нету. Магадан там был, Магадан?
Magadan? Yes, the lady in blue. But please introduce yourself. Get her a car, Magadan. My name is Lyudmila Sherbakova. First, I would like to welcome you, Mr. President, all the spectators, those who are here in Magadan. My question is as follows. We know full well that this year has been a difficult one, and it's very difficult to give it just one characteristic. Do you think it's been a bad year altogether, or has there been something good about it too? A bad year? What do you mean by that? It's just like bad weather. It's not bad or good. Weather is just weather. And this year is the same. There are benefits and there are disadvantages too, just as in life. Yes, this year has been accompanied by an issue, a problem that has been a concern to everyone, that is the COVID-19 pandemic. But it's characteristic not just of Russia, but the whole year. More than 70 million people have been affected. They've contracted this disease, according to the WHO data. And it has impacted the pandemic, all aspects of our life. It has brought about lockdowns, shutting down production, a decrease in traffic and transportation, a disappearance of jobs, a drop in income. And yes, all of this did happen. But there is one thing I would like to draw your attention to. I'm going to support that with statistics, but despite a wave of issues that we have come up against, there is a whole ocean of them. That is why we've gathered here. But this sea, this ocean of problems, the whole world has been swamped in it. But I think we have the right to say that we've been up to the circumstances. Maybe we managed to cope even better than other countries that can boast both economic stability and the level of development of their social services and healthcare systems. Just have a look. I'll use some talking points that I've got prepared. As of now, the GDP decrease stands at around 3.6%. As of now. It's a smaller drop than in almost all leading EU countries. It's a lower drop than in the United States of America. Some EU countries have seen their GDP drop by almost 9%, like the UK, for instance. Our industrial output has decreased by around 3% by now, mostly due to oil. Because, you know, there is OPEC plus deal, and we have subscribed to some production cuts, and this has had an effect upon our overall indicators. But just yesterday, colleagues from the government reported that year on year, as of November, there's been an increase in the manufacturing industry by around 1.1%. And we are hopeful that this trend is going to persist and we will be able to preserve it, and we're going to make headway. Let's have a look at our agriculture. Traditionally, over recent years, agriculture has been in a good place. As of now, the growth stands at 1.8%. And Minister has reported that by the end of the year, agriculture might even grow by around 2%. Our banking sector is in a good shape. The revenues of banks, the profits, are estimated to reach 1,300 billion rubles by the end of the year, which testifies to the stability of our banking and financial system. Let's have a look at the real wages. Please, dear citizens, do not take offense. Maybe what I'm saying is not corresponding to what you see in your real lives, but on average, real wages are going to grow by around 1.5% by the end of the year, even though real disposable income of our population is going to decrease. What does it tell us? Why the difference? We see the wages, the salaries of individual entrepreneurs decrease, and the decrease is going to be at around 3%. At the beginning of this year, our unemployment level stood at around 3%, around 4 and 7% right now. It's increased to 6.3%. But we are supporting the economy and the affected industries, and we are directly trying to save jobs. The unemployment stands at 6.3%, but I believe and I hope that next year we will get back to the previous indicators. We've got a surplus of our trade balance, which creates a very good environment for our macroeconomic development. As for our public debt, it was at a record low, $70 billion. It decreased by 10 billion because we're borrowing less at the international markets, but we're servicing our debt. Now, as for our reserves, as of December the 4th, they stand around $587.7 billion. The same goes for the National Welfare Fund. It was 7.7 trillion rubles. Right now, it has increased to 13.5 trillion rubles. This is a huge increase. But there's one thing I would like to highlight. There is a very good positive element to our economic development, because 70% of Russian budget does not come from oil and gas revenues, which means that even though we have not managed to eliminate this dependence entirely, but we are still moving there. So no one can call us a gas station anymore, and this is a very good thing. We're getting there. And the year that is about to end has been marked by some very important national events. I refer in particular to the 75th anniversary of our victory in the Great Patriotic War. Despite the difficulties brought about by the pandemic, we celebrated it at a very good level, and we had a parade at Red Square, and the Regiment of the Immortals March took place in an online format. And there is one thing I would like to point out, something I would like to thank the citizens for. Amid these difficult conditions, we have reaffirmed once again the core principle, the core element of our national identity. That is the unity of our people in the face of adversity. We have seen our volunteers and doctors work. I would like to thank them for that and pay tribute to that. And we see that society is oriented towards supporting our loved ones, our families and friends, those people in need. And this national unity is very good. There is this movement, we are together. This is yet another manifestation of this inner unity. And for that, I would like to thank everyone, and I would like to thank those who have taken part in these large-scale events. Incidentally, I would like to remind all of you that once the question has been asked, you've got to change the element of the mic you are speaking into, because we've got to observe the rules, the sanitary rules. Let's move to the Kremlin pool, Nova Ogarova. Please show it to us. Yes, the room in Nova Ogarova. Yes, let's give the floor to Russia, the biggest media holding. Thank you very much, Alexei Petrov, Vesti TV channel, Russia. Mr. President, masks have become a symbol of our times, not a very pleasant one. Yes, we understand that the biggest event of this year is the pandemic. So my question is about the state of the Russian healthcare system. How ready is it? How do you think it has coped, and how is it coping right now with the challenges we're up against? There is one nuance here. Do you think some follow-up work is done? Is there any analysis of deficiencies, of failures, like the lack of medicines and some equipment? Has there been any reports to you on that? And there is a reform of the primary care, and how is that reform going to proceed in the light of the lessons we've learned from the pandemic? Yes, thank you. As far as the healthcare system readiness is concerned, I think not a single healthcare system in the world is proven ready for so large-scale a pandemic, an event. As we can see, if we look at the world.
But there are examples of how the work was organized in our country. We learn about everything in comparison, right? As I said, we had an ocean, a whole sea of issues, and you have named a few right now. But we learn about everything in comparison, and comparing us to the other countries in the world, indeed, our system turned out to be more efficient. And I will talk about the lack of medicine and so on. It is quite natural. We see it all. And we analyze your questions that were incoming, and your question means that not all of the issues are solved as of now. But at the beginning of the pandemic, when just the first signals were coming from our friends from the People's Republic of China that there are certain issues there, what we did right away, we responded at the border. And I mentioned that multiple times. We have one precious time to start preparing actively for the time when the larger scale issue would arise. And we started to prepare our healthcare system and doing all of the pandemic measures to combat that. And we haven't lost time. As of the need for the hospital beds stood at 95 million, and I think we're counting that in millions. And the preparedness was at 50%. Right now, what we have is for hospital bed capacity. No, I think that's thousands. We're counting that in thousands. We have deployed 270,000 hospital beds for a very short period of time. We have built 40 centers. 30 were built by the Ministry of Defense, and the 10 were built by the regions. And the center number 40 is in the pipeline, and it will be finished in the very last days of this year. And that tells us that we have the capacity to respond very swiftly to the issue. Yesterday, I was talking to a girl, a volunteer, and she was telling me about the equipment. At the time when the pandemic began, we didn't have a lot of specialists as doctors, about 8,300 specialists. And right now, we have 150,000 doctors working on that. And as healthcare workers in general, I think we have about 520,000, 530,000. What we did, we have changed the specialty of many doctors. We have repurposed and redirected the flows of the personnel, and we have taught them and prepared them. We have introduced extra benefits for the people working in the red zones. We have introduced benefits to support our doctors. For the students, for the medical students, we have given them about 10,000 rubles, 7,000 for the students of colleges. And quite swiftly, we managed to roll out the production of PPE, personal protection equipment, as well as suits and so on. All the necessary liquids to disinfect the buildings and so on. We are tired of all the masks, that's true, but we have increased their production by 20 times. It doesn't happen so often in other places. Our healthcare system and our public management in this sphere have shown the preparedness to mobilize the resources very fast, and they did it. Well, by the way, the production of the necessary medicines have been increased twofold. And I know that some of the regions do come across shortages, and I took the information from the call center. Citizens phoning in, yes, indeed, there's shortage of medicine in inpatient care and in drugstores, and they're not issuing free drugs and so on. I'll talk about it in a minute, but these are not the issues that we came across at the very beginning. This is a logistics issue of late procurements, of late deliveries, and so on. But if we talk about production, it's not such an issue. At the very beginning of the pandemic, we didn't know what that was. We didn't know how to detect it, how to identify the virus, how to treat that. And we never knew, would there be a vaccine at a certain point in time? And we have great progress in all of them. As for testing, Russia is at the top 3 of testing countries, and WHO believes that one of the ways to overcome the pandemic is mass testing. As for medicines, we started to produce Russian-produced drugs in the amount that we need. As for vaccination, Russia turned out to be the first country in the world to invent, so to speak, and who started to produce the vaccine. And the Scientific and Research Center, Gamaleya Institute, as well as the Novosibirsk Institute called Vector. Indeed, we have a good vaccine, and I spoke about it. It's safe and it's efficient, 95, I think 96 or 97% efficiency. That's the level of protection. And there hasn't been any serious cases of side effects. And our colleagues and foreign colleagues indeed have turned to us. They have faced us, and now they're prepared to cooperate with us when they're failing at some things. For example, English and Swedish company AstraZeneca, they're prepared to work with us, and they're signing, I think we're signing an agreement. I'm very happy about it when the specialists at this high level, they cooperate, and this is a major company, a great company with a world-class company. And when they unite their efforts with the Russian partners, I'm sure of it, that the result will be great, not only for our citizens, but for the whole world. All that I have just said means that, yes, there are issues, but on the whole, the healthcare system has responded adequately to the threat that has arisen for the citizens of our country. As for the primary healthcare system, indeed we had to concentrate the necessary resources and challenge them to the issues that I've mentioned, fighting the coronavirus infection, helping doctors, volunteers, students, and so on, doing everything to roll out the production to the necessary capacity. We have postponed some of the things of working on the healthcare system, but we did not forget about it. This is not on the back burner for us. And instead of starting this July this year, we will start it on the 1st of January next year. So all the resources that were earmarked for that program will be used. And within the time frame, what has been foreseen by this program, this is 500 billion rubles from the federal budget, as well as 50 billion from the regional budgets. So that will be a total of about 550 billion rubles that should be allocated for that program. Some segments and some parts of improving the healthcare system has already started. For example, buying vehicles for the healthcare system. It is necessary right now, and I can see that also according to the questions that are incoming. But we can say that this is already a part of the program of developing the primary healthcare system. And since we're at it, I'd like to say that the most important thing in the development of the primary healthcare system is that to ensure 100% access for the citizens to the healthcare services. And I see that indeed there are many issues that require a swift response, and that is what we would do first and foremost. Of course, we're also training personnel, all the physical assets and so on. Now, moving on to the part of the question that you asked about how to respond to those yet unsolved issues that we are facing throughout the epidemic. Of course, we're analyzing them. We're looking at all of it. And I have to say that even today's event is very important because it gives us a major inflow of information from all parts of the country, and we can see what's going on in every region of the country, and we can respond and adjust our actions accordingly. I guess that the simplest conclusion, and it's very apparent that we have to move on and improve sanitation and healthcare service, fighting the epidemics. We have to look at it, revisit this issue, and to learn how many specialized hospital beds we need, in which regions, what kind of specialists we need. And we have basically developed the program and will continue to work on it. All right, thank you. Moving on. Ura.ru, please. Good afternoon. My name is Anton Alshenikov. I represent Ura.ru Information Agency. Epidemic is an epidemic, of course, but the life goes on. And in that regard, I have a comprehensive question about the rest of our life that has to do with the elections, major campaign that will be unrolled next year. How do you think will the upcoming political campaign, how would it differ from the previous one? What will be the political landscape in the country? And the second part of the question has to do with the old systemic opposition. Do you think it is time for them to give way to the new parties? And what about these new parties, considering that at the municipal level they have already proven quite efficient? And the last part of the question has to do with outside interference. It seems that it's quite possible, and this political campaign is a very serious event. How do you intend to counter this interference? Now, as for the elections to the parliament of the country, in 2021, of course, there will be certain differences, and they would have to do, first and foremost, with the fact that we have introduced amendments to the Constitution. And that means that the parliament now has more mandates across the range of issues, also on the matter of forming the government of the Russian Federation. I have to repeat that once again. Now the State Duma is basically making the final decision not only on the chairman of the government, but also on the ministers and deputy prime ministers, and the president must sign the decisions, the staffing decisions adopted by the parliament. I don't think that everyone understands that as of now, but I think that significantly increases the responsibility and the accountability of the parliamentarians for the work of the government also. So this nexus between the parliament and the government, I think it is very important. Now, the second thing about the new parties, don't you think that it's time for the old political parties, the old giants, to give way to the new parties? I don't think it's decided either by the traditional old parties or heavyweights or by the new parties, but it's a decision made by the voters, and they decide whom to support. And our political system is developing. Does it give a chance to more political parties to take part in the general election? Yes, it does give them this chance. I think that this year, well, I don't even think, but it's for sure, there is a greater number of parties. I think up to 16 parties will take part in the election campaign without collecting the signatures, because, according to the law that we have right now, they have received representation in the number of regions of the country. At the same time, they receive the right to try it out, to try their luck at the federal level. But I have to say it once again, the voter decides who will be elected. And I want to highlight that the traditional political heavyweight parties are well known. They have been represented at the parliament for many years, and I have to give them their due where it is due. Sometimes polar views are being heard at the parliament, and there is even heated discussions and debates on a number of issues that the country is coming up against and we are facing and believed to be priorities. But I think that almost each and every party has a very patriotic position, and they try to solve the issues facing the country in the way that they see fit. The approaches, the tools, how to solve these issues are different, but the goal of all traditional political parties is one and the same: prosperity of our country. Now let's leave Moscow for a second and move on to Siberia, Novosibirsk. Let's give the floor to you. Mr. President, you have already mentioned Novosibirsk as the center where one of the vaccines was created. If you would allow to stay as Mr. Peskov right now and to moderate, and I saw a banner with a vaccine written on it. Please introduce yourself. Ludmila Kabel, Altai region. Mr. President, have you been vaccinated against the coronavirus? And what do you think about the general national vaccination, considering that the number of trial vaccines given to the regions is not yet enough? The Altai region is facing a very difficult situation with coronavirus. Also, another question: do you think there will be enough vaccines for the Russian citizens, considering that Russia will provide vaccination aid to other countries as well? Well, look, I'm encouraging everyone to be very careful at studying specialist recommendations. And I saw that you put on your mask and you have gloves on, and it's great. And the specialists are saying that the vaccines that are sold over the counter right now, they're foreseen for the citizens of a certain age group, and I'm not at that age yet. I'm a very law-abiding citizen, and I listen to the recommendations of our specialists. But as of now, this vaccine, I wasn't vaccinated with it, but I will do it for sure as soon as it is available. Second thing, that what I hear from the specialists, there is a need to have a certain difference between different vaccinations, between the jabs from coronavirus and the flu, for example. Some say that there should be a difference of 2 weeks, and some at least 4 weeks difference between vaccinations. Now, that's the second thing. Number 3, about the need for mass, or so to speak, general vaccination. I think that it needs to be done. And this is the opinion of not only of our domestic specialists on viruses, but their colleagues around the world as well. One of the many paths of overcoming all issues that have to do with the pandemic is the mass vaccination. And that is supposed to create a general herd immunity. And once again, I will repeat it, our vaccine is efficient and safe. So I don't see any reasons not to get vaccinated. And now, the next point. Helping, as you said, helping other countries. First and foremost, I always spoke about that, and I want everyone in the country to hear me. Our task is to conduct the domestic universal vaccination. But there are certain issues here. First thing, the vaccines, the components are good. Still, what we're missing is the hardware to produce the necessary amount of vaccines. As for the flu, I think about 70 million people were vaccinated. Now, this is a major vaccination campaign around the country. And this is what we need to do in order to fight the coronavirus infection as well. But for that, we need to refurbish plants and vaccination productions. We'll continue to increase our capacities. And I believe that all the plans will be delivered on. At the beginning of the next year, we'll have millions of doses of vaccines, and we'll continue to increase that production. As for cooperation with our countries, considering the fact that we need some time in order to build our capacities, the technological capacities of our production facilities, well, nothing prohibits us from producing the components. We have enough of them to produce them, outsourcing that production to the foreign countries, and they will have to invest their own money in the expansion of production and buying the necessary equipment. I think that's a thing there. And it does not hinder vaccination within the Russian Federation in any way. But on the contrary, I think that would improve the final quality of the product, since that would be more and more massive in nature.
Mr. President, can we keep up with the tradition that Mr. Peskov has initiated? And we have a small gift for you. We have the wind protection windscreen for the microphone. Well, you have not been using a mask, so now you have the wind screen for our mic. Feel free to use it. Okay, and let's go back to call center. Wow, you're a stickler. Let's go to the call center now. We have plenty of questions about the work of the healthcare specialists, about pandemics. A volunteer, Dr. Valentina Kiseleva, was in charge of processing these questions. She has been working for months in a local inpatient clinic. She's been consulting the coronavirus patients. So what are the issues from the people? We have came across a variety of issues that our citizens are facing. It's the testing issues, the inability to call the doctor home. The waiting list, the waiting time for an ambulance is over a week in some cases. I also worked with the doctors who worked in direct contact with the coronavirus patients. Doctors from Russian city of Kola from Murmansk has never got an adjustment payment for their work with coronavirus patients, and the same goes with Kochkanar city medics. The last payments in Nizhny Novgorod took place in September, and the same goes for Tver. There are plenty of questions from people who risk their lives just as the doctors do. It's the technical specialists, the elevator maintenance, it's the janitors, people working in the catering area. They are in the vulnerable group, and they are essential for the work of the doctors. So it really hurt our feelings that people are right there on the front line and feel the injustice done to them. Mr. President, we have plenty of petitions in this regard, and we are ready to convey them to you, pass them to you, so that you can handle them, each and every one of them. Is it possible to deal with this? Alevtina, did I talk to you yesterday? Yes, we have talked to you yesterday. Okay, so I think I have some info from the call center from the region of Ryazan. So the letter goes, we are living in a small town, we have no medication, and there's no chance we get the free medication. Why our coronavirus patients have to pay for their own treatment, while it's been said that even if just the diagnosis is confirmed, you are entitled to free medication. It's not the case here. Where are the funding? Where is the funding allocated to us? It comes from Vladimir Korshunov from Ryazan. So I'm going to be answering your question and to Mr. Korshunov. Let me say this. We've sent 10 billion rubles to the regions. What is this money for? That's for swift response for tackling the issues that arise right now with the personal protection equipment, to outfit the medical institutions to better fight coronavirus. And 5 billion rubles more have been earmarked exactly for this reason, for the free medication for people who are treated at home. Now, let me turn to the region of Ryazan. I know for a fact that all the funds have been transferred to Ryazan. So why is this happening? Why people are not getting the free medication yet is unclear. We will look into this. The procedure for getting the medication is simple. You go to the inpatient clinic, they confirm the diagnosis, and they supply you with the medication. And that's it. Alevtina, I know this for a fact. All the petitions that you've got, we will look into them on a systemic matter, and we will most definitely respond to this. Let me reiterate, 10 billion was sent to the regions, and 5 billion as a mean to fund the direct aid to people. Where are the money? We're going to find out. But rest assured, all the funds have been transferred to the regions. I'm in direct contact with the governors. Some of them are in charge of the regions mentioned just now, and they've reassured me that all the supplies are there, that the situation is normal. Well, there are exceptions, of course. We'll look into this, but judging by the scope of petitions, this is a systemic issue. We will look into this. All right, let's go back to World Trade Center now, and let's start with this flank. Please pass on the mic. Just give your affiliation. Mr. President, REN TV channel. Thank you for the vaccine. The scientific community is grateful. Well, we are talking about the pandemics, but we still don't know the source of this threat. China is accused by the United States. We don't know about if it's an artificial or a natural disease. Maybe the intelligence services have been tasked with finding out the origins of it. Well, you know, there are plenty of gossips, but I'm not going to spread these rumors and broadcast it nationwide. Besides, we see no evidence to substantiate this gossip. It appears to me that it's not the time to point fingers. We need to join the ranks and fight the disease together. That would be the right thing to do. Now, some of our Western partners consistently emphasize the humanistic underpinnings of their foreign policy and their domestic policy. Now, why wouldn't they think more about people who were especially vulnerable? What about lifting the restrictions, the trade restrictions, the sanctions against countries that suffer the most, that to provide assistance that's critical to fighting the coronavirus? At least lift the restrictions on medication supplies, on doctors' training. This is should be the focus right now, and not finding a scapegoat. Thank God we have a good and productive cooperation with many countries, including China, both on the highest level and on the scientific community level. Well, speaking of the intelligence services, well, they're tasked with plenty of things, but this is not the proper place and time to discuss these tasks. Your colleague has just questioned voiced out the possible interference into our elections. Well, I just thought that we should be prioritizing other things. But this is a general question, and this is a shared concern for many. Well, of course, there will be powers trying to interfere into elections. This is what's going on across the globe. We know that, we are ready for that, and we are getting prepared for that. Trust me when I say this, we will be ready to provide an efficient response to this. But there's an if. If the overwhelming majority of our citizens understand that this is the interference and that we have to counter this, that this is unacceptable, and that our citizens are in charge of their own destiny and they should take this ownership. So we need to take a look at how the media is protecting itself from interference. They should stand for their sovereignty. Now, having said that, we are completely open to cooperation with our partners. We are ready to welcome the international observers. I think it's the unique situation in the world. As far as I know, there is, I think, over a dozen of US states actually directly prohibit the presence of international observers at the local elections. Well, it's not like that here. We are ready to welcome the observers. We have the observers both within the country, we have the NGOs, we have the civil chamber on it. They have the permission to participate as observers. They are free to monitor the political processes as well as the political parties are entitled to this. So this is the track of our effort that we will be trying to emphasize. But the crucial thing is for our citizens to be confident in the openness, transparency of our elections, and that the results thereof are credible. Okay, let's just stay in the World Trade Center for a while. Alexander Gamov, one of the members of the President's journalist pool in high standing. Mr. President, thank you for this meeting, the nationwide meeting. I think it's a great time to come together and tell the truth to the people. You are well aware that the coronavirus has dealt a blow to the level of life, the living conditions of people across the country. People calling me back from the regions and saying that the life is as difficult as it has ever been. People have been poor and the poor are getting poorer. The purchasing power of people is on the decline. Ruble exchange rate is falling, the mortality rate is on the rise. And the prices are creeping upwards starting September, perhaps August. So why it took until December to finally voice it up? Until the president is talking about it, the ministers will do exactly nothing about it. So the question is there a statewide program, the kind that you've been mentioning, that a week from now the prices will be all right? So is there a program like this that you are looking into? I speak for the website, the radio and the TV channel Komsomolskaya Pravda. It is true, the situation is complex. I told you before that pandemic caused the closure of many production facilities. The unemployment is on the rise. The real income, the real disposable income of our citizens are lower, and it's not a trite fact, it is true. You said that this is probably the most difficult time of our lives. Well, it's not true. Back in 2000, 29% of the population have been living below the subsistence level. It's more than 30% of the population. Each one person out of 3 was living beyond the poverty line. In 2017, we have hit the level of 12.3% of population beyond the poverty line. Today, regrettably, the amount of people is back to 13.5% of the population. It's a huge number. It's 20 million people. So you've been asking whether we have a plan. Well, of course we do. It's one of the top priorities we have. Reduction of poverty, fight against poverty. So I'll dwell on this for a little longer. So the plan is, by 2030, we should reduce this 13.5 down to 6.5% of the population, meaning people with incomes below the subsistence minimum. Well, it's a bad thing that we will still have the 6.5%, but this is the real thing, something that we can accomplish. Zero is ambitious but unrealistic. Now, to the matter of prices. The answer is yes. In some places, prices are rising, and this is a fact. Often it is caused by the growth of prices of spare parts. Sometimes it's caused by the exchange rate difference. Well, this is inevitable. Some goods are manufactured. Some goods are manufactured from the spare parts that are bought for rubles, some are bought for foreign currency. And then there are other cases where there is no objective reason for the price growth, and granted, it provokes a response. And yes, I did not like this situation at all. I mean, look at this. We have a bumper crop. We have historically high crop, 131 and maybe 134 million tons of wheat. And against this backdrop, we have the bread prices growing, dried pasta price growing. Now, what is this about? So maybe we should tighten up the screws somewhere in some places. Or now, we've been told that we should support our sugar cane producers. Well, we'll try to do this, but not by creating a deficit on the domestic market. After all, Minister of Agriculture said that we have sufficient amount for the domestic population. Sufficient, you say? And then you have the 75% growth, or the 18% growth for vegetable oil prices. Is that what you call sufficient? No, so we made the adjustments. We have tried to export more, and this brought about the growth of domestic prices, which is unacceptable. So this caused my reaction. Well, hopefully I've reacted timely. It should have been done by the, use of market tools and not the administrative leverage stick. We could have used the import duties and all. These tools are well known. All that was necessary was a timely response. Well, I think all the necessary agreements and documents have been signed by now, the agreements between the producers and the distribution networks. Both the retail should show that there is a decrease of prices for the staple foods, and the same info should be provided by the producers. We will look into this, and I hope that we see the results within a week or so. Now to the next question. What are we doing to give a helping hand to people in this difficult period? All right, the unemployment rate is on the rise from 4.5 to 6.3%. We have did something. We have increased the size of unemployment benefits. It's a well-known fact. I think it's the people with children who have it the hardest. And here we have a comprehensive system. So you have the 0 to 3 years, the 18 months to 3 years, and 3 to 7 years. So we have introduced this step-based benefits. So the rules are this. Say income of the family member is lower than 2 minimum wages. Previously, the number stood at 1.5 minimum wages, now it's 2. So if they have the disposable income of less than 2 minimum wages per person, these families are entitled to get another minimum wage for each child they have. So 18 months to 3 years is another bracket. So if the income is below the threshold, they are entitled to the same payment which will be paid out of the maternity capital funds. And finally, the third bracket, 3 years to 7 years old children, we have introduced this rule. If there is less than 1 minimum wage per family member, we are paying out 0.5 minimum wage per child. Well, we decided to look at the situation in detail, look at the impact it has on the family member household wages. So if it's inefficient, starting January 1st, so basically 2 weeks from now, we are going to be paying 1 minimum wage per child in this 3 to 7 year bracket.
So these are the measures that we have urgently taken to support our families. I'm not now even speaking about one-time payments to those with children under 16. And of course, we are supporting the labor market, and I think we're going to dwell on that so as not to go into too long an explanation in response to your question. But it is an important matter, otherwise I spend so much time responding to it. But the most important thing is to develop the economy, to accomplish the national development goals and the national projects that the goals are incorporated into. We've got to create new jobs, propel our economy to a whole new level, which is up to the standards of today. We've got to develop AI, digitalization, as well as create new cutting-edge industries that allow people to have an interesting job on the one hand and get decent wages on the other. And this is precisely what we seek to do, implementing a whole number of measures we've incorporated in our national projects. Let us not forget our regions. Yekaterinburg, please. We've not been there so far. Hi, this is the capital of the Ural region. We are working at the permanent mission. We've got journalists from the Ural Federal District. We've got 70 who've got accreditation, but we've got only 69 journalists. We've just learned some news. A colleague of ours from the local information agency gave birth to a child yesterday, and that is why she couldn't attend. I think this is a good reason, and you will treat that with understanding, but the rest are eager. They are keen to ask questions. Mr. Peskov, how are we to proceed? Are we going to choose someone? Could you show me the room, please, so that I can make my choice? In the first row, the word trash, garbage. Yes, take off your mask, please. Introduce yourself and then ask your question. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Magnitogorsk medal. My name is Olga Balabanova. I'm asking you about the waste reform. Everyone knows that it was launched on January the 1st last year, but it had started before that 5 years ago, at least in our city in 2015. A concession agreement was signed in our city. There was a project, and then at the level of state expertise, it was stalling. Some headway is something we're seeing right now, but why is this reform stalling in so many Russian regions? What are we to do with that? I don't think it's stalling, this reform. There are many issues related to organizing the production process itself, but the reform is making headway on its own, and there are several goals we are pursuing, large-scale ones too. First, we've got to create the necessary circular cycle industry. when waste is not simply dumped at the dump sites, but when this waste is used to produce something else. We also have to achieve the sorting process to make sure sorting is happening so that in several years we can sort the waste in the necessary categories and process them accordingly and recycle them. As of now, one of the most important tasks the organizers of this reform have in front of them is to achieve a greater responsibility for the producers and for those who provide the packaging, to shift the burden from the citizens towards the producers of packages. The burden of recycling and processing, this is how it's done almost all across the world, and this is the practice we're going to stick to in Russia. Let's take the car industry. We have the special recycle fee introduced, and it's functioning in other countries across the world and in our country too, and we've got to do the same for other industries. I would like to assure you that the government is working on it, the regions too, and they're going to continue this work, and there is no doubt about that. We are allocating big money on that. Everything has been scheduled. The money is not going anywhere else. So it's all going to go according to plan. But as you are from Magnitogorsk, I've got a question here. It's related to Magnitogorsk and to air emissions. One of the citizens is writing about what is happening in Magnitogorsk, saying this about what is happening with the emissions there. I know that the company there has been funneling much money into modernizing its equipment to make sure the emissions go down. And according to the data I've got available, the pollution has been decreasing, and all of a sudden I've got this question. What do you think, Olga, is happening there with the emissions into the atmosphere in Magnitogorsk? I'm a patriot, and I work at a newspaper, working at the company. So if those facilities have been introduced, well, that's good. Maybe the citizens are going to be offended, but many think that the simple fog we sometimes have, they confuse it with pollution. The factory has introduced some facilities, and there is some warm water, and ice is not forming there, and the water is turning into vapor, and there is some fog, but it's not pollution. Besides, there are other factories, but I think sometimes people simply exaggerate, but especially in social media. It's not social media, it's a letter from a citizen. Well, we're learning about that from social media, but I don't think it's happening. The factory is working on it, modernizing its facilities. Yes, that's why I'm asking you. I know that the metallurgical company, this factory, has allocated a lot of money to modernize the purification facilities, to make it more eco-friendly. That's why this letter has surprised me. But still, we've got to look into it, to pay attention to it. As far as environment is concerned, we're trying to install a detector system across the country, especially at those spots where pollution is most heavy. And it is going to happen first and foremost where metallurgical factories are located, and the cost is going to be borne by the factories themselves. Magnitogorsk is going to be one of the first spots, and we will try to look into that. And there was another question, previous one. I'm sorry, dear moderators. there was a question about payment to teachers. The highest category teachers in the regions, it's Sergei Stepanchenko is writing to me, with an 18-hour workload, gets the same salary as the janitor. And this is a very acute matter. And that is why I decided to pick it up. Even though there's a whole pile of letters about the same issues. I'm going to tell you what has happened, and next I'm going to tell you what we need to do. We have decided that the minimum wages cannot be lower than the minimum subsistence level, and we have adjusted the scale. And you see what happened. So we had to raise the minimum wages, and the janitor simply cannot get less than a minimum wage, and that is why wages have been increased. But the wages for other and the salaries for other categories should have been raised accordingly, but so far it has not taken place because of the budget restrictions. But this is something we will have to do, and I would like to draw the attention of the government to this issue. This is not a normal situation. Well, let's get back to the World Trade Center. We have already given the floor to one of the most authoritative journalists here, and I would like to give the floor to a new journalist. Sergei Shnurov is here. I would like to give the mic to him. Good afternoon, Mr. President. My name is Sergei Shnurov, international TV channel RTVI. I think the biggest question about Navalny, I think I will let other journalists ask this question, but since our channel is an international one, I would like to ask you the following question. Why did Russian hackers fail to help Trump get re-elected? Have they all already migrated to the Silicon Valley? You know that one should never abandon one's own. And what can Trump hope to do right now? Are you going to provide refuge to him if he asks for asylum, as Edward Snowden has done? This was a question from the channel. And the next question is a personal one from myself. How can an ordinary person describe the lives we are living without resorting to four-letter words? Well, let's begin with the last part of your question. Have a look at the classical movies of the Soviet era. Well, there are some very good pieces of advice there, because the Russian language is very rich, like heck or something else. You don't need an F word or a four-letter word to describe the life, and I would like to thank you for not using some obscene language, which is something you do from stage, addressing wide audience. But we've got to observe the proper decorum. Now, as for the first part of your question, you asked about the Russian hackers helping Trump get re-elected. I think this is not a question, this is more of a provocation, because Russian hackers have never interfered in the elections. They have never helped Trump get elected. This is all just wild conjecture. This is just a pretext to try to sour the relations between Russia and the US. It is yet a pretext to deny the still acting president of the US his legitimacy due to some internal political reasons related to the American politics. In other words, Russia has sort of become a hostage of internal politics of the US. I think for them it is a bad thing, but this is something they chose to do. Let them do whatever they want to. We assume that the newly elected president of the US will understand what is happening because he is a very experienced person, both in terms of internal politics and external politics. And I think that we hope that all issues, or at least a big part of them, that have arisen, are going to be addressed under the new administration. As for Mr. Trump, I don't think he needs to find a new job because almost 50% of the population have voted in favor of Trump, if you count the voters, not the electors. And I think he's got a big support, and he is not going to leave the scene, the American scene. Yes, thank you. Now let's move to Novogorova once again. We receive live TV channel at the Novogorova studio. Good afternoon, Mr. President. I would like to take the advice of this new journalist. Some time ago, very interesting research papers have appeared, investigative, about your alleged daughter, about other people close to you. This week, an investigation about Alexei Navalny has been published. Why have no criminal proceedings been brought, and who poisoned him? Yes. These are new information splashes happening. They've already been happening, and they always happen, and they will continue to happen. This is kind of an information war, confrontation. Let us begin the war and the Caucasus. Remember how I was portrayed in Russia, in the Russian media and in foreign media. I was demonized. I remember that very well, but I think what I need to do is what's best for our country. And what I'm doing is not to look good. That's the first thing I wanted to tell you. The second is about my family, my friends. It's impossible to read that. Yes, I glanced through it, but there is a whole pile of different facts all thrown together. They're talking about my son-in-law, and then they say former son-in-law, even though they are sort of trying to inculcate into the mind of the reader that he's the son-in-law. They are writing that President Putin has allegedly prohibited people from having assets abroad. No, that's not the case. Public servants are prohibited from having assets across the border. They cannot have either assets or banking accounts. And what they are telling you about in those investigations are private persons and private companies. And it turns out that there were special programs for the top management, and Mr. Shumalov got those assets, those shares, according to one program under one set of rules, and the others got that under other sets of rules. And what's the most important thing? Mr. Shnurov, a nascent journalist, has asked me about our hackers. But let's get back to this investigative paper. Someone is pursuing some purposes, and the author is kind of unknown. And this reminds me very much what was happening in 2016 with alleged criminal hackers from Russia managed to hack the email of the Democratic Party. Remember who called those hackers criminals related to the intelligence services of Russia. Those were the CIA and others. So it was at their behest that this was done. So the CIA and others say that allegedly our hackers interfered in the Russian elections in 2016. So what they are doing right now is vengeance. They are also trying to influence our public opinion, to interfere in our domestic politics, and I think it's evident. It's evident to me, and it's evident to most readers if you pay attention to the issues I've pointed out right now. But there is one thing I would like to highlight. I would like to address those who ordered these things to be done. The authors themselves, well, they simply got a commission. The commissioners should not follow the logic of vengeance. They should not think they're exceptional. What they have to do is to build relations in the international arena based on mutual trust, mutual respect, and international law. And only then will we be able to achieve success where we need it. Now let's move to the patient at the Berlin hospital. I've spoken on that matter on many occasions, but I can repeat them. Just yesterday, Mr. Peskov has briefed me on the latest conjectures about our special services and all that.
In both cases, this is not a certain investigation. This is legalizing the investigation materials of American Special Services. So they don't know that they're tracing location. Of course they know that. The FSB officers and other special services agents know that. And they use the phones where they find it necessary, not to hide their location or whatever that is. And if it is so, and it is so, I assure you, that means that the Berlin patient uses the support, enjoys the support of the American Special Services. And if that is right, then it's quite amusing, right? That means that the Special Services should keep an eye on him. But it doesn't mean that they should poison him. Who needs him? Well, maybe if they wanted to do that, they would brought it to the end. His wife asked me, and I gave the command to provide authorize his transfer immediately. And the wider public doesn't know that, and maybe doesn't pay attention to that. But this stunt is aimed at attacking, the higher ups, and getting to a certain level, and saying, please pay attention to me because I'm the person of the same caliber, and treat me as a person of a national scale. And this is a well-known stunt, and it's widely used around the world as a means of political fighting. But I think that it is not these stunts that should be used to enjoy respect and recognition from people. You need to prove that you're a person of substance with deeds or a certain program that is realistic enough to be used in a certain country, and in this case, in our country. So I call upon everyone, all of our opponents, and all political forces in Russia, not to follow their personal ambitions, but the interests of the citizens of the Russian Federation, and propose a positive agenda in order to solve the issues that the country is facing, and we have quite a lot of them. Moving on to Rostov-on-Don. Hello, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, we have gathered at the Rostov State Technical University, and this is the university that caters to major technical facilities in our country, for example, Rossii plant. But here today we have basically humanities specialists, and without further ado, let's move on to the colleague in a striped jacket. Good afternoon. Thank you for the chance to ask you a question. Mr. President, my question is quite a traditional one for your press conferences, and it's a question about Donbass, but for our region, it's always on the agenda. Please introduce yourself. Sorry. My name is Sofia Bakanova, Don 24 Information Agency. The question is, as of today, how do you see the promise of the settlement in the Republic of Donbass, and what do you think is the outlook for the development of relations between Russia and the Ukraine? As for the outlook for the relations between Russia and the Ukraine, that largely depends on the Ukrainian authorities. I would not say that it depends on the Ukraine, but it depends on the Ukrainian authorities. Almost all of the previous heads of state and the incumbent, Mr. Zelensky, they all came into power with a motto of stopping the conflict in the Donbass, and they came with a motto of unifying the country. In the end, also building the relations with Russia, but they're not succeeding. Because when they come to power, they appeal to the majority of the nation, the majority of the voters that vote them into the office. But once in power, they start waving and not being as firm as they were before, and they try to base their support on the very nationalistic elements. And that is, well, thank God, when we met in Paris as a Normandy 4 format, and we have agreed to ceasefire that is being observed, and that is a great achievement. There was an exchange of detainees, but nothing has been changed in economy or social sphere. The blockade is still there. Nothing has been done, basically, in political settlement. Moreover, the Kievan authorities have stated multiple times publicly that they do not intend to implement the Minsk agreement. And they try to revisit the basic tenets of that document. And I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that the Minsk agreements have been endorsed by the UN Security Council resolution. And that means that they have the strength, the power of the international law. So it's impossible to revisit it unilaterally. So you have to be respectful of the other country who has signed that as well, the signatories. That is the representative of Donbass. And I think that the settlement is inevitable. It will happen sooner or later. The question is when. And to a major extent, I would like to repeat, it depends on the Ukrainian authorities today. Russia, as it has supported Donbass and will continue to do so, and will even increase our support for Donbass. That goes for the supporting the production, solving infrastructural issues and social issues. So we'll move on smoothly in that regard. And do not doubt that. We understand the complexity of the situation in Donbass. And once again, not only in the matters, in humanitarian matters, we'll do that, working directly with them. Now moving on to Nizhny Novgorod. Nizhny Novgorod, please, you have the floor. Mr. President, Mr. Peskov, the capital of Volga Federal Region is here online. We have more than 70 journalists in this studio today. A lot of them have very bright and flashy banners, but as a moderator, I'd like to choose the question considering the format of our press conference. Would you allow, Mr. Peskov? Yes, of course. A colleague with the online banner, since we have an online conference, please don't forget to introduce yourself. Good afternoon, Mr. President. My name is Oleg Kashtanov, Izvestia, Mordovia, from the city of Saransk. My question has to do with the online education. This is a widely discussed topic. In the spring of this year, our schools and universities have survived the move online, and I'd like to ask you, how do you evaluate, how did our education system cope with that? And I would like to specify, is this online education system, is it here to stay? And during these difficult times, don't you think that there is a decrease in the quality of education and hence the lower quality of the preparation, of the level of preparation of our school children who leave school? I think we have to distinguish between school, online education, and online higher education in institutes and universities. Around the country, we have 39.9 thousand schools, and only 2% of them are working online. A small part of them is working in a mixed regime, offline and online, and the majority of them is working offline. In higher education, they have been recommended to move the education online. As for schools, I have a lot of notes and memos about how prepared the schools are from the technological point of view, and I'll get back to it, I guess, when I'll respond to the written questions. But indeed, there is an issue. It has to do with the so-called hardware, so to speak. Not every person has a computer, and there is some difficulties with the internet connection and telephone connection. Yes, such issues are in place, especially in small villages and towns. In 2021, all schools of the Russian Federation should have access to broadband internet by 2021. Part of them are being equipped with that right now, and in 2021, all of them should have a broadband connection. That's the first thing. Now, moving on to the higher education. Twice in July and in the fall, we have supported the higher education institutions. We have given them the necessary financial resources to support their online system work. And as they were expanding their opportunities and capacities in working online, they would have to start doing that as economic operators with certain support from the state. And as I have said, we have already done it twice throughout the year. Now, moving on to the quality of the education. Naturally, online format will never, ever substitute the direct personal contact between the teacher and the student, or at least that would not happen for a very long time. I don't think we need to go into details and specifics. Everyone understands what I mean. Still, the system where both the school and the higher education institutions would use online capacities. Of course, the online education will develop, and I spoke to my colleagues yesterday. What are we talking about? I mean, the future. Not always a very high niche specialist can be present in all institutes or universities. He might be busy with his research work, but with online system, he can be present everywhere, and we need to make use of that. Everyone knows that there is a serious educational school, and it's being used not only there, but in other schools and universities. It's being used more and more, and it's in demand. That has become a part of our life. We shouldn't be afraid of it. But exaggerating these capacities is also not the right path. It's not forever, meaning mass online education. Now, as for the quality of education, yes, I guess. I understand that you have a certain subtext and a hint in that question. As I said, online education will never substitute the direct conversation. And there is, well, I guess it's a plus when you have a chance to listen to the luminaries of the global science. But however, in some routine work, that might not be the optimal solution. I think it's best when it's a hybrid system. There is yet another aspect to it, and I think it's very sensitive, and many students talk about that. The students say that they have paid for more of a traditional education, and when starting online, this is not what we paid for. And I know what they mean. And to a certain extent, I share their attitude to this issue. But there is the other side of this coin. If a teacher or an educator is giving lectures for X hours, it doesn't matter whether he does that offline or online, he still does that. Why should he be paid less? See? That's also a question here. And if we take the structure of the budget, of the expenditure of an education facility, up to 70% of costs falls under the salaries. So the higher education universities do not have enough resources, enough room for maneuvering to decrease the salaries. Or we would have to close down certain universities, and some specialists believe that there are too many of them, especially in the central cities. Or at least to unifying certain institutions, consolidating. At least this has been on the agenda of higher education for some time now, but we're treading very carefully there because we really shouldn't get ahead of ourselves here. But if there is a chance, if certain universities have an opportunity to play around with their finances and funding, maybe they could go for lower payments from students where the education is being done online. As I said, the state has provided support twice this year, and we're prepared to proceed from what the reality is in the higher education system. Thank you. Let's move on to Tula. Right now, the operator is showing a girl with a sign, "I'm pregnant." What? What's that, girl? Yes, we'll support that. Good afternoon. My name is Alexandra Bezukladova. Mr. President, you can hear it everywhere that this public servant, this civil servant, is stealing, and this is a corrupt politician. But there are certain politicians who are prepared to sacrifice everything for their country. And I want to talk about one of such civil servants. On the 7th of October, that is your birthday, there was a fire at the military garrison. About 46 tons of ammunition have caught fire. The fire engulfed nearest settlements, and it was pure hell, I have to say. There was shrapnel flying around, and duds were flying around, and it was a fire. And many citizens could not leave their apartments on their own, and one of such public servants have saved 7 people from that fire. First, he saved 2 elderly persons. He was shell-shocked, but later he returned for a mother with 2 children, of 8-year-old and 5-month infant, and 2 other elderly people. And that was being done under fire, under heavy shell fire. The citizens of our region have signed a petition for him to give him the Order of the Hero of the Russian Federation. His name is Igor Grekov. At the incident site, the Minister of Emergencies, Mr. Zinichev, has arrived there, and he saw it all with his own eyes. Do you think, Mr. President, that Igor Grekov is worthy of the title of a hero of Russia? Well, he was doing that in the time of peace. He was sacrificing his own life, risking his life. Alexandra, I'll answer your question, but how does it have to do with the fact that you're pregnant? Mr. President, well, now some context here. I traveled to a press conference last year, and it just so happened it was 2 weeks before I went into labor. And this year, I couldn't ask a question. And this time, God gave me this gift, and I applied to take part in this conference, and I thought that if I have a bright banner that I'm pregnant, maybe someone will notice me. And so it was a bait. You baited us. Well, it's all right. Now, moving on to Igor Grekov. Indeed, this is a feat of valor. And if a person was risking his own life, trying to save the lives of other people, he, of course, deserves a state decoration, and we'll think what kind of a decoration he deserves. But thank you very much for drawing our attention to that. You're such an attentive person, and very kind, and that, of course, makes you a worthy person. And I think that your children have a perfect mother in you. Of course, we'll take a look at Igor Grekov that you spoke about. Thank you so much.
And the last question. And the last comment. The ONF forum was bound to take place this year. It was postponed, and a colleague of mine sent a footage for it, and somehow it found its way to the social media. And now my colleague is bullied. Well, we're trying to figure out. I mean, we're journalists. We're trying to provide coverage for a socially significant issue. And before the event, all the work was done, so maybe the journalist's work is no longer a safe job. So I did not quite understand what was the reason for bullying. Why was the colleague bullied in the first place? Well, the colleague has identified an issue with the Novorязанская thermoelectric power plant, and I don't know who stands behind the bullying attack. I don't know who has leaked the information. Well, only my colleague and the ONF committee chair had the coverage. And now the journalist Karaulov and the paid denigration campaigns are on all sorts of things. Insults and threats. Okay, you have the volunteer right beside you. Mr. Peskov, please don't interrupt. Okay, so your colleague was writing about the Novorязанская thermal power plant. Well, my colleague is right here, immediately to me. Can you just pass on the mic to him, please? Mr. President, Anton Nasonov, editor-in-chief of one of Novorязанская newspaper. As Sasha said, I was preparing footage on the issues that the city has, issues related to Novorязанская thermal power plant. Only I had the footage, plus the chairman of the committee of the ONF. And like it was said, I am now bullied after the leakage of the footage to the social media. Well, Anton, I'm trying to make a big picture here. So you are protecting the rights of the citizens. So why the accusations of, paid material? You did not poison anyone, you did not murder anyone. I mean, who stands behind these accusations? And I don't quite understand, why are you called, as a sellout? Whom exactly did you sell? Well, I'm criticizing the Novorязанская thermal power plant. Okay, I think you understand, Anton, that your work is fraught with certain risks. And quite conversely, in fact, this controversial response should be a proof to you that you are on the right path. I don't exactly understand, I don't know, I haven't seen your footage, I don't know what's the deal with the Novorязанская power plant, but I will instruct my colleagues to look into the matter. Is this a private-owned thermal power plant? It's a private company. It's a private company that supplies power to Ryazan. Okay, I will instruct the respective authorities to look into the matter, and thank you. Well, man up. And, well, that's life. That's part of the journalist's job. I've been written plenty of stuff was written about me. Nasty stuff. So stay safe and take care. Okay, and let's go back to Igor Grekov. What was the office he held? You said he was a state functionary. Can you give the mic back to Sasha?
Тула, да.
Tula, please. Sasha, so who was Igor Grekov? He was the governor. Well, great guy. Okay, so I have another paper on my desk. It comes from the Leningrad County, from Volosovo. It is from Anatoly Terikov. So he is maintaining a dialogue with one of the Volosovo public servants. So he addressed this guy, and the guy told him, well, did Putin promise you this? Well, ask him when he would deliver. So the question is, why the nasty behavior of these bureaucrats in the places of power? Well, Anatoly, just look at what Sasha was saying. There are totally different people living in the country. There is always a black sheep in any flock. So we'll look into the matter of this rude behavior. I will ask the governor to get in touch with you and put things in order. Cut the guy to the size. Okay, let's move to St. Petersburg now. Mr. President, a warm welcome from St. Petersburg. We have the journalists from all over northwestern regions. Well, please pay attention. We have very understated signage on the signs that the journalists are holding. After all, we're a cultural capital. Okay, so please pass the mic to the colleague. Oh, what was the question? Mr. President, Kirill Smirnov, the St. Petersburg Diary newspaper. The question is about the borders. When the borders are due to open up? A couple of weeks ago, St. Petersburg was recognized as the most important international tourism center. It left all the competition behind. It left Paris, Rome. Paris, Rome, New York was left behind. So tourism is an important part of the budget revenues. And we know that there are efforts to put back the air transportation online. So these are conditions that are quite unique for our times. And there is a certain shortage of revenues that were bound to come from tourism, from air communications. And it is true that pandemic is a huge factor, but the question is there a chance that the borders will be open anytime soon? Kirill, both you and I love St. Petersburg, and I think that overwhelming majority of Russian citizens hold St. Petersburg in great esteem. If you haven't been to St. Petersburg, please do. It's one of the best world capitals at all, and it's truly a tourism magnet. We are doing everything possible to help St. Petersburg. We try to facilitate the visa issues. We try to facilitate the entry of the ferries, and we'll try to ratchet up tourism all over the country as well. And once again, I congratulate St. Petersburg with winning this award. This is a merited award. not just because the city is a city of a beautiful architecture, where the best architects of their age were creating their work, like Rastrelli and Trezini. But it's not just that. St. Petersburg is a vibrant city that develops rapidly. New spaces are created, new roads are built, infrastructure is on the rise, and it creates a magnificent environment. They have the Gazprom Arena, they have the cultural sites, the places of visual interest, and St. Petersburg hosts plenty of international competitions, and it deserves the highest merit, the highest praise. But the border is not about restricting some rights of St. Petersburg. Well, tell me about the prevalence rate of coronavirus in St. Petersburg. Well, it's higher than the average in the country, so I assume that's the reason for restrictions within the region, even as the New Year's holidays approach. Well, that's the gist of it. The rate of usage of coronavirus patients' beds is to the tune of 85% across the country, and it's much higher in St. Petersburg. So that's the reason. It's being done to protect the lives of St. Petersburgers. As the situation permits, the borders will go open. And besides, we would also very much like for our citizens to benefit from this opportunity, avail themselves of the opportunity to try the domestic tourism, to explore Russia. And people from across the country should come to St. Petersburg. You don't have a visa for that. You don't have to open the borders for that. And it is true that transportation and air transport is a major item of the state budget in terms of revenues, and inbound flights and outbound flights are crucial for us. We have 32 million people traveling by air annually. So they've been spending $35 billion on an annual basis. That's the figure for 2019. Just imagine spending this money for the domestic tourism. That would be a great opportunity. St. Petersburg deserves it all. And it should be done on the highest possible level. As soon as the situation permits, it's going to be done. Can you please show the journalists who are in Novo-Ogarevo, right in front of the president? Okay, so the first channel, channel 1, please. Mic, please. Konstantin Panyushkin, Channel 1. I want to go back the memory lane. Beginning of the year, neither you nor the government had to manage the crisis manually. You've been talking about the breakthrough, and we thought that Mishustin's government was there to accomplish these goals exactly. So the ambitious goals had to be postponed, and even the national development goals are postponed until 2023. So the question is the coronavirus to blame, or Alexei Kudrin was right when he said that national development projects are unable to boost the national growth? Well, there are rumors abound that more reshuffling in the cabinet of ministers is to come. Is it true? And what about the strategic goals? Well, strategic goals are here. They are not postponed. It's true that coronavirus has made us introduce certain readjustments. We mentioned the primary stage of healthcare development. We had to move the deadlines to a later date because we had to address the imminent threat at hand. We had to support the citizens. We had to support the affected industries. Look at it this way. We spent 838 million rubles for direct support of our citizens. It's a huge amount of money. And we had to take it from elsewhere. We had to focus this effort on helping the affected industries. That being said, the strategic goals are here to stay. The government is efficient. Well, we've just recalled the prices issue, and I know that your TV channel was one of the channels that aired our discussions with the members of government. Well, I think they've certain members of the government have been caught unawares and did not respond timely. But in general, I think the government was working hard and working efficiently. They did a good job, and I think they merit a heartfelt thank you for this. Okay, now to the changes in the government. Prime Minister is fully entitled to make these changes. He presented the candidates to me. I approve them. I see no other reasons, and I see no reasons to change anything right now. And I think that the current cabinet should work as one, and this is the key goal. So it requires a certain degree of stability. So this is the response to a part of your question. As far as I know, no changes in the government are planned. As for the strategic goals, yes, government was formed to accomplish those, and I believe that they are fit for purpose. I'll stress this. The goals have been formulated. We've heard the critique with regard to these NDGs, whether they are feasible with the tools that we have at hand, whether it's possible at all. The answer is yes, it is feasible. We can achieve those. There are bottlenecks, and we are looking into them together with the regions. Despite the coronavirus pandemic, the country will develop as planned. 500 billion plus 50 billion more in a year from now. The plan is here, and the money will be allocated. Dmitry, I'm sorry, I promised to give this lady the floor. Thank you. Selly Rihanova, Russia's newspaper. The change of constitution, this year, right now, why? Well, you know, there is appropriate time and place for everything. The fight against the price growth should have been put in place in due time, and many other things should have been put in place in due time. Let me give you this kind of answer. The fundamentals of our constitutions remain unchanged. The Constitution of 1993 was adopted amid the hostilities, the outright hostilities in the capital of the country, and the conditions of civil unrest. I mean, automatic rifles were firing. Tanks were firing shots in the White House. So this is the kind of a situation when the Constitution was adopted. Well, we try to forget the worst moments of our life, but they happened. They happened just beside us, just not far from here, in fact. And to a great extent, the Constitution was a great stabilizer. It helped to cement the peace in the society, and it laid the underpinnings for the national development. But we're living in a different country now, and we have to adapt accordingly, and this is why we had to adapt the basic law. Not change it, but to amend it. For instance, the much talked about the social guarantees for the pension readjustments. I mean, come on. Could you imagine putting them into the Constitution in 1993? The pensions were not paid for 6 months in a row. Salaries were not paid. This was a fact of life. That's part of our history. But like I said, it's a different country. We must oblige the current and the future leadership to guarantee this, because the country can do this, and it should do this, and it will do this. It applies exactly right to the fight against poverty. One of the first questions was the tough living conditions right now for many families, and it is true. It's the facts on the ground. The minimum wage should not be lower than the subsistence minimum level. Can we do it or not? Of course we can. So this is why it was enshrined in the Constitution. Now, new issues, new bottlenecks emerge. Remember the question about the janitor and the school teacher. So the minimum wage has risen, but other categories of specialists lag behind. Well, the government would have to address this bottleneck as well. But the basic underlying condition is that the minimum wage should be higher than the subsistence level. Yes, we will have to strain our efforts, and the Constitution will guide us in these efforts. Again, we have enshrined the priority of Russia's constitutional law over the international norms, or the integrity of our territory, inviolability of our territory. Well, we could have mentioned this in 1993, but could we enforce it? No, we couldn't. I mean, you wouldn't drop an A-bomb in case of every single conflict, and armed forces were a perfect non-entity back then. 50,000 combat-credible troops was something that we couldn't draft for the fight in the North Caucasus. Well, now even our opponents admit that our armed forces are less numerous, but it's one of the most efficient armies in the world. So now we can enshrine this in the basic law. The situation has ripened. We have done this in due time.
Incidentally, how many amendments has there been? Thousands, maybe dozens of thousands. And I would like to thank the citizens for taking an active part in this process. And we've held an all-Russian vote, and so many people have turned up at the polling stations. So it was de facto a referendum. So the citizens authored the amendments to the basic law of the Russian Federation, to the Russian Constitution, and it is very important. This is something we needed, and I would once again like to express my gratitude to those citizens that have supported the amendments to the Russian Constitution. Stavropol, please, because we've not been there yet. Stavropol, the south of Russia, and we could probably argue with Rostov-on-Don which one is more to the south, because the southernmost point of Russia is located in the Caucasus, and we've got journalists from the Caucasian Federal District here. They are willing to ask their questions. Dmitry, if you don't mind, if you can delegate it to me, I'll pick someone. I think the first one to speak on behalf of the Caucasian Federal District, I think the first one is going to be a lady. Let's find someone at the center. Yes, the fourth row. Yes, you please. The floor is yours. Zarina Cherchesova, Alania radio channel. We simply cannot escape the issue of COVID-19 because it's on everyone's mind. The pandemic has dealt a heavy blow to all aspects of our lives, but of course, primarily to the healthcare, because even before the pandemic, we saw low wages, we saw a destructive optimization process in the healthcare system. At the same time, the regions have started to revisit their priorities. Right now, among their key issues are the development of internal tourism, which is of huge interest to North Ossetia. So, Mr. President, I would like to ask you, what plans do you have to further support this sector of our economy, which in many countries across the world contributes a lot to the budget? Let's take the example of Turkey. There are many preferences granted to the tourist sector. And I cannot help but say that North Ossetia has already been reputed for its mineral sources and its healthcare and tourism industry, and we've got everything ready, the ski tourism, the balneological tourism, and others. But there is one issue against which everything runs, and that is infrastructure development, and without federal support, we won't be able to make it. Thank you. Zarina, we have already started to talk about tourism with regard to St. Petersburg, because everyone there is waiting for borders to reopen so that foreign tourism can flow back. And you heard to my answer to that question. It is very important indeed to give a chance to our people. Our people are accustomed to traveling abroad. More than 32 million people are traveling abroad on an annual basis, but of course it is just as important to develop internal tourism, and that is what we're trying to do. We are providing cashback scheme when you get back some of your money if you travel domestically as a tourist. There's one thing I would like to draw your attention to. To provide this cashback, we have allocated money to the tune of 15 billion rubles, but just 1.2 billion rubles so far has been used for these purposes. The government and we have agreed that we're not going to repurpose this money. We are going to use just as much money. Next year, we'll try to boost these services up. And we would very much like to have the correct coverage of this scheme of ours. I would like to ask you and your colleagues to help us support internal tourism. Let's showcase as often as possible the opportunities Russia offers and our regions offer, both to Russian citizens and our guests from abroad. Yes, I know, I do understand that people say it's very beautiful, but there are no loos, and there is nowhere to wash your hands, and there is no catering, you cannot get there because there are no roads. Yes, I get that. It takes time, and it takes a whole pile of money to do that, but we think that the business entities that work in this sphere are going to invest money. Of course, the government is there to provide its support, in particular as far as infrastructure development is concerned, and we're going to allocate money, and we're going to support businesses and regional businesses too, on the whole. And there is an entity, an institution that is going to be responsible for internal tourism. Just a day ago, I talked to Dmitry Chernyshenko, who is in charge of this part of our industry, of our economy. He is a keen proponent of the same views, and he supports you. We understand full well how important it is, tourism, I mean, to the country, to our country. You have mentioned Turkey, that has managed to foster a whole system for tourism. The government has been massively supporting this industry for many years. But Turkey is no exception. I think I cited some other examples. Let's take shipbuilding. South Korea in the past managed to create a whole public system support for this industry at the taxation level. Then they withdrew that benefit once the system was up and running, and they are creating very big ships. And other countries are following the example, providing government support. Now, as for the 15 billion that I've mentioned, we're going to keep that money and use it next year for the same purposes. We've been at it for more than 2 hours, and you should not forget to change the masks. If you don't have masks, please ask our specialists and our officers. They will help you, give you another mask. Yes, Mr. Peskov, just a moment. There was a question about the internet and the opportunity for online. And I've got many questions of my own to that, because it's all about the quality of connection. It's very important to those who study remotely. As I said, in 2021, we are going to provide high-speed internet to all schools. And of course, it's important to look at the cities, the towns and settlements. Until the end of 2021, we've got to set up a universal access system, telephone connection and internet connection. Until the end of 2021 for all schools, for all settlements. There are many issues in that regard. 250. Because there were questions about you having to climb a tree to get a connection. I get that. And this will be addressed until 2021. Those settlements will get support, and we are allocating 12.6 billion rubles for these purposes. They have been earmarked, those billions, and I hope that people will feel the difference. And until 2030, with settlements from 120 to 250 people, they will get access. That, yes. I just wanted to, to answer that question. Yes, NTV, finally. Yes, Sergei Koroshevsky, NTV. Mr. President, good afternoon. My question is about foreign policy and our so-called Western partners. Over the last 4 years, which of the world leaders, according to you, has been the most comfortable to talk to and the least comfortable to talk to? I remember for Frau Merkel and President Macron several years ago, you kind of gave a geography lesson. And what about Donald Trump and President Erdogan? You spoke with him on Nagorno-Karabakh. He's a very interesting person. And of course, Alexander Lukashenko is also a very interesting conversationalist. And another question is about Nord Stream 2. The U.S. is exercising unprecedented pressure on Europe because of that project, but very surprisingly, Germany is trying to resist. So what are the prospects? Are we going to complete the construction of Nord Stream 2 or not? As for people convenient and comfortable to talk to or not, no. That's not just about it. And there is no need to give lessons to anyone, because these people, these leaders, are highly qualified. All of them are trying to achieve the goals their countries have set for themselves, different methods. There is a good adage, there are no good or bad ones, there are simply national interests. So I do not discriminate between bad or good people. I work with everyone with a view to achieving the best possible result for Russia. Sometimes you've got to compromise. Sometimes you've got to insist on your stance, on your position. But it happens all the time. Anything else would be counterproductive. You have mentioned several countries, but not all, of course. There are other countries with which we have huge relations. Let's take China. We've got coinciding interests in many areas. Maybe that, or maybe some personal chemistry that helped me foster a very good business-like, but also friendly relations with President Xi Jinping. They're based on trust, and of course, it helps in our work. Very often we've got divergent opinions on different issues with President Erdogan. Sometimes we've got even diametrically opposed opinions. But he keeps his word. He's a man of honor. He doesn't wag his tail. If he thinks that something is beneficial to his country, he goes to the very end. And it's predictable. And it's important, this predictability, to know whom you're dealing with. Now moving on to Nord Stream 2, which you have mentioned. No doubt about that. No doubt about that. It's as simple as ABC. This project is beneficial to Europe as a whole and to Germany in particular, because buying American LNG at a bigger price, it's bigger 20% than our pipeline gas. That would mean lower competitiveness for the German economy, and also the German households would be worse for that. So this project aligns with the German national interests, and up until now, representatives of the German economy, and I've got many friends among them, without any exaggeration, and also the political leadership of Germany that is trying not to interfere within these matters, because this is a purely economic project. But still, they're very open and they support that. Just 160 kilometers is left. As far as the string construction is concerned, I think it's 165 or so, and once that's done, the project is going to be complete, and I think we will be able to finish it, and I'm hopeful that the new American administration is going to treat their allies, their partners, with respect, and that it's not going to insist that they should neglect their national interests. And I hope that it's going to switch back into the fair competition mode across the world markets, and this project is going to be completed. For quite some time, we've been ignoring the call center. Let's get back to it. And we thought you had forgotten about us. We've got many questions, and the number is piling up. You can ask your question either through the website or through the website or through the application. You can either record a video or send a text. Next to me is Sasha Pechenyagin. Together with his colleagues, he has processed more than 19,000 applications from the citizens. Sasha, can you tell us about what the citizens are asking? Yes, there are many questions about the benefits and the payment and social benefits, especially from mothers. Citizens are concerned about whether there are going to be any new benefits, any new payments, because in many regions, in Arkhangelsk, Tambov, Ulyanovsk, and in many other Russian regions, people simply do not know what they're entitled to and how to apply. And Moscow citizens are complaining of the special multi-purpose government services centers. Many of them have shut down because of the coronavirus, and the website is not working, and people do not know where to turn to. So the main question right now is as follows. Mr. President, are there any plans for additional payments for those with children next year? Because it is an issue, and the government support is probably the only lifeline many citizens can hope for. Now, as for the payments for families with children, I think at the very beginning I explained how it works for children with from 18 months to from 0 to 18 months, from 18 months to 3 years, and from 3 years to 7 years. If people ask you and they say that they do not know where to resort to, where to turn to, if there are difficulties, I think before taking any additional steps, because we've got very many types of support across the regions, at the federal level, at the region-specific level, before we take any additional steps, we have to make sure that the current support system is working efficiently. And I'm certainly going to talk to my representatives to the regions and to the governors, and we'll get back to that. Mostly this work is done either through the pension fund or through the government services center if they have shut down. Of course, decisions will have to be made. Thank you very much for drawing my attention to that, for responding to those queries citizens have shared with you. A huge thank you for that. This is a very important job we volunteers are doing. We've managed to talk personally to the applicants. Sometimes we did manage to do that, sometimes not. We clarified the petitions, applications. Yes, that is very surprising and also very alarming, very concerning, that people cannot get what they're entitled to. And I would like to assure you, but not just you, but first and foremost those who turn to you for support, that we will look into that and will address those issues. And in that regard, there are very many issues on healthcare. Well, to cite an example, let's take Altai Krai, the shutdown of the central hospital, Natalia Dubovikova, I hope I pronounced it correctly, is saying that people are panicking because of the shutdown of the hospital. Natalia, I'm going to look into that for sure. And I would like to draw the attention of the governor to that, as well as of the representative of the president. It happens, and unfortunately, very often, especially if there is a school or a hospital that shuts down if it's located in a small settlement because they're not profitable and people have nowhere to turn to. But we've got a vast territory and we'll try to look into that and to regulate that.
Now the floor to Andrei Kolesnikov in here at the World Trade Center. Good afternoon, Kommersant newspaper. Mr. President, starting with the inspiration from Valentina Tereshkova, the Constitution now has an article that leads to the annulment of your presidential terms. So in 2024, you can start all over again. What does it mean? Are you truly prepared to do that, or you wouldn't want to become a lame duck, at least before your time? What were you thinking when you were so actively following that idea? In the eyes of many people, and in my eyes also, that was quite cruel to the Constitution. Mr. President, was it worth it? What I wanted to ask. And if I may, the second question. There's this fledgling journalist who taught us how to ask two questions. He's not as a fledgling as likes to present. A few days ago, you spoke on the case of Ivan Safronov. And what I gathered, mostly, if he took the information from open sources, then he could not be charged with the high treason. And that is your conviction, as far as I understood. Did you manage in these few days to learn of the details of this case as you intended to? And why does the investigation believe, and where do they believe he gathered the information from? Isn't it becoming too easy to use this very heavy artillery charge. And yesterday we learned the information from several media right away that he was gathering the information not only from open sources, and even if we assume that, well, in the end, he could have made a mistake. And if that did happen, that would be a perfect case when it was an honest mistake. And I think in that case, he could have been forgiven, pardoned. I know Ivan, just as I knew his father. He was an absolutely honest man with great integrity. And here I could speak for Ivan Safronov, for his integrity, and it would not repeat if something did happen. And if it would happen again, we'll go together with him, not with you, but with him. Now, was it worth it or not? Regarding the amendments to the Constitution, you know, I have a universal rule of the thumb. Responding to that question, you have to understand that would what we're doing benefit the country? If the answer is yes, then it should be done. If not, then it shouldn't have been done. I haven't yet made a decision whether I would run for the election in 2024, but as for the stable development of the country, I think it's worth a lot. However, formally, there is a mandate from the nation. Whether to do that or not, I'll see. Now, that was the first question. Moving on to the second question. Open source information or not, the investigation should investigate that. He's not being charged about his journalist activity. That's the crux of the matter. What's happening? He's not a dissident journalist who's fighting the power, and he's being charged and thrown behind the bars. It doesn't have to do with his professional journalist activities. It has to do with quite a lengthy time of his work as an aide or a consultant to the Rogozin when he was working at the government and at Roscosmos. It doesn't have to do with his journalist activity at all. You said that it could have been an honest mistake. Yes, it could happen. It could have been forgiven. It could be forgiven, but it could happen. But we need to look at how dangerous to the society it was. What harm was done? He's being charged with espionage and high treason, but the greatest sin that we have is betrayal. Betraying the information, the confidential information to the foreign service, that is a betrayal. Maybe it doesn't sound so well to the people who trusted him and who think that he's a good person, and I feel for you, and I could even feel for him if he did indeed misstepped and was an honest mistake. But if he was intentionally gathering information and given that to foreign services for remuneration, that speaks of his internal state. But in the end, the court will decide how dangerous it was for the society. Could he be forgiven and pardoned? That's the question for the next step. As of now, it's too early to speak of that. Let's move on here. Well, let's move on to sports. Match TV. Thank you very much. Mr. Putin, Olga Bogoslovskaya, Match TV channel. First of all, I'd like to thank you for celebrating our 5-year anniversary. It is a milestone for us. Thank you for your high evaluation of our professional team and our work. Thank you. My question does touch on sports, but the topic is quite larger than that. I want to talk about the situation about Artem Dzyuba, and he's one of our leading football players, and his personal video was uploaded on the internet, and it caused a major public uproar, and almost all media platforms was being discussed. And some felt sorry for him, some didn't, but they keep forgetting that he did not upload the video himself, and they say that hackers, so to speak, helped do that. And as a matter of fact, dishonest people did that. What did I say that it's just a partially sports issue? Now it was an athlete that happened to be in such situation, and then it could be just any person. My question is, should such a situation impact the professional activity, not only of an athlete, but of any person? Thank you. Well, I think the answer is quite apparent. Of course, it shouldn't impact his life. Let him deal with his connections and personal matters. And getting into private lives, well, of course, that's unworthy of a good society. Unfortunately, it will always happen, and he's a public figure, and for such people, it's unavoidable. But for him and the people who lead such a public, visible life, I think that's a good lesson. Keep that in mind. No, that's the first thing. The second thing, keep in mind that there are also certain common rules for everyone, and you better stick to them. Should that reflect on the professional life? Of course not. In this regard, well, not in this regard, but rather, did you watch that video? You know, I think to a certain extent the whole country watched that. I didn't watch it to the end. Yeah, you know, but with the first scenes I didn't watch it, so I didn't watch that, so. But you probably know. I haven't watched it. But I read different letters that come to me also through the call center, as I have said. For example, Yuri Krasnyansky from the Murmansk region. And he is writing about the ambulance service. This is Alakurti village. And he is saying that there is one ambulance vehicle with one field medic. You can, and he's writing that you can get to the clinic on your own if you manage to do that. And later he writes, the clinic, the inpatient care, has one general practitioner. A woman, an older woman of 86 years, who can hardly distinguish hemorrhoids from a strep throat. Yeah, so there is an issue with transportation and healthcare. And with that regard, what I want to say, indeed, if you have an older woman of 86-year-old working as a field medic, for sure she's a veteran of labor, and that means that you have to treat her with special respect. And I have to highlight that it has to be so. It means that she's still on duty. And considering how fundamental the education, medical education was back in the Soviet times and even during the Empire times, so do help her if she cannot distinguish between hemorrhoids and strep throat, then you should help her without, so she shouldn't have to keep looking for what's wrong and support her somehow. And we'll try to support you. As I said, we started buying vehicles for transportation, including for field medical facilities, and I'll try to ask the government and the governors and the governor of the Murmansk region to pay attention to that, to look at your village and at this field medic office, the ambulance, the emergency services, and of course we'll help with the transportation. Vladivostok is moving on into late evening hours, so let's go there. The Far Eastern Federal District is soon to look at 12 a.m. time, and indeed we have great professionals here. It's very hard to choose, so Mr. Peskov, if you allow, I would choose. Please, sorry, you're all doing so very great, but I'd like to ask a girl in a bright lemon jacket with a banner, Politics and People. I think that is the defining adage for our today's work. Thank you so much. Professionally, I want to grab the microphone. Prima Media, Oksana Kiselova. I think that 2020 in the Far East will be remembered not only with a pandemic that was typical for all regions, but also the change of governors of several regions, Jewish Autonomic Region, Kamchatka and Khabarovsk region. What was happening in Khabarovsk region was very memorable, not only to the citizens of Khabarovsk, who spoke in support of the former governor, Sergei Furgal. There were also different movements in Primoria, Sakhalin, and Kamchatka regions. Recently, Mr. President Yuri Trutnev, your representative in Far Eastern regions, told in the interview to the Prima Media, despite the sympathies of many people to Sergei Furgal, many construction sites were failed, and sometimes it was hard to work with Furgal. But right now I have a question for you. Do you have any new information from the investigative authorities that confirms how serious the charges are against Mr. Furgal? Also about the protest sentiment, do you hear people who are dissatisfied with the decisions? People with power of different levels. I don't mean only political matters, but also environmental matters and cultural matters. Well, Oksana, what can I tell you about Sergei Furgal? He's a representative of a known party, and the party has supported him and continues to do so. We had good relations with him, and generally he was loyal to the federal authorities, and I never had any issues with him. As far as I don't know the evaluations by Mr. Trutnev, but I think generally he was working quite successfully. And he was trying to do everything in his power as the head of the region. But the charges are truly heavy against him. As a member of the organized crime group, who were also eliminating their competitors in the commercial activities. They're talking about the murders of people. Not just, stealing, not about abusing of power or just white-collar crime. We're talking about murders, so these are serious charges. You asked, do I have any additional data? Well, the investigation is working. I don't call them every day. I don't ask them for additional data. We should let them do their work and finish it and get it to court. I know that some people were unhappy with the Furgal being detained, and they expected him to continue. But what do we have to do with that charge? This is not a political case. This is a criminal case. And when we talk about the representatives of other parties, the same thing happens. What about the members of the United Russia Party? Don't we know the cases where the heads of regions from the United Russia parties who committed a crime or a misdemeanor, they serve in time, they were convicted by the court, and should we make certain exceptions for certain parties? So the members of all political parties across the board, unfortunately, we see that happening. And the criminal justice system of the country has to disregard all political matters and attitudes and to treat everyone equally. The same goes to Mr. Forgal. Moving on to Novosibirsk. People start yelling here. You know, throughout the press conference, people manage not only to change their disposable masks and they manage to rewrite their banners, but there are people who came without any banners. So a person without a banner is asking to have the floor. Please, a woman in black masks who changed the mask but did not... Irina Malishkina from Irkutsk, so this is Irkutsk, Baikal, and that means that is environmental matters. Mr. President, good afternoon, and I wanted to ask you the question. Over the past year, several major environmental catastrophes happened, and you had to personally take measures to manage the situations that happened in Norilsk and in Ussolye. What do you think, what kind of a punishment do people deserve, those who are to blame for that? And what do you think about the maximum fine for such a major environmental detriment? You know, I think we have to break down this issue into two parts. The first part... Well, please sit down. The first part has to do with the so-called accumulated detriment. So that had to do with the activity of industrial facilities back from the Soviet times, so it doesn't have to do with the functioning of any industrial plants or anything. So that is responsibility of all levels of power, both federal and municipal. Naturally, we'll need to respond to that. For example, Krasny Bor region in St. Petersburg, Ussolye, Sibirskaya city, and other settlements with accumulated damage. And the sooner we begin this work, the better. There are also current issues and man-made disasters, and those who are to blame need to be found out by the monitoring control authorities, and they have to be held accountable. And this responsibility and liability lies on the shoulders of those who are polluting. What is the liability? What's the responsibility there? It has to be in line not with the risk, but the level of damage that has been delivered to the environmental polluters and the people who live in a certain region.
So, as for Nornickel is concerned, I'm trying not to interfere, but I know that the internal requirements are quite high, and well, they have to be held accountable for what they've done. Oh, and besides, speaking of Norilsk itself, the company should be more mindful of the environmental requirements, should understand the situation with its emissions, what's happening to the healthcare in the city, and I think that company can actually assume part of the burden and part of the responsibility for life and health of the region. Nadezhda Serezhkina, anti-governmental Mir television company. Mr. President, in 2021, the Commonwealth of Independent States hits 30 years. Well, we are under an impression that it's going into a midlife crisis. Well, it's the government. The government went out of office in Kyrgyzstan. President Sandu from Moldova. I mean, the resignation of Kyrgyzstan, the statements about the need to withdraw troops, Russian troops from Moldova. On this background, don't you think that Russia might lose some of its allies from the CIS? Well, Nadia, you said that this is a midlife crisis and brought some cases to illustrate this. Well, Kyrgyzstan is the first time? It's not. It's an ongoing development there. I think they're trying to get ahead of themselves, trying to rearrange the internal political life using the West as an example, but the institutions are not that mature yet. Well, the Kyrgyzstan political system is not as mature as the French one. I mean, look at France. It's been crystallizing for years, if not for centuries. Political parties with its solid political platform, with their own kind of voters that root for them. It's been there for decades. Now let's turn to the CIS space. Well, none of these things exist there. So it's not just today's development. We should treat all our partners respectfully. They're searching for their own path. So it's not like a kind of a frontier or a milestone event. Then the President Sandy then is a legitimate president. She was duly elected, and she represents a certain faction of political establishment. She said nothing new, given her political background. That's the kind of statements that many Western counterparts say this. Well, Madam Sandu is a citizen of Romania, although she's a president of Moldova. And she, like many Western counterparts, state that we need to withdraw our peacemakers from Moldova. Well, once there is a normal dialogue in place between Transnistria and the rest of the country, it will be done. Once the peace and reconciliation efforts are underway, I think that it could be done. I think we were close to setting on this path with President Voronin, but pressure was exerted upon him. He reneged on his commitments, and the Transnistrian settlement was again postponed indefinitely. Why? Well, he then asked, and I asked the colleagues from the European Union why this was done. They gave no clear-cut response. I'll spare you the details. I've responded and commented on that time and again. I think that the Belarusian nation should be given enough time to deal with their own internal issues, and President Lukashenko has stated his opinion repeatedly. I agree with him that there should be enough time for a sustained effort. He initiated the constitutional changes. Let's have a look at how this will happen, how this will play out. It's the only one thing that we want to accomplish. We want to ensure that this process happens without foreign interference. Regrettably, right now, it's not so. Opposition has political, financial, media support from abroad. It's never done no good. I see that you're smiling through the mask. But this is a crucial thing, you know? And why is this crucial? I'll explain right now. It can be difficult, a painfully long moment, but the society itself has to mature. Everything that is imposed from without will never bring calm to the situation. It will act as a hand grenade. It will make the situation burst. We have to exercise patience. We have to try to nudge all the political forces to work with one another instead of waging a full-on conflict and fight for the rights and interests of their citizens. We are soon to have a CIS-wide event. I think it would be a timely development. We'll discuss with our colleagues what are the immediate priorities. Let's turn to Yekaterinburg now. What's going on there? No shouts from the places. Everything is orderly. After all, it's a tough Ural city. Okay, so let's have a look, and let's give the floor to a lady in the second row. Channel 4, Yekaterinburg, Yekaterina Tsigankova. I've written the word lockdown on my banner. It's a part of our lingo right now. So the question is, the coronavirus has affected economy badly, and the budget has underperformed. It lacked, I guess, 10 billion rubles. The revenues dropped by 10%. Both big business and the industry is reeling from it. Many companies lay off their staff. Some do the furlough, some downsize the staff. Federal and regional budget has allocated plenty of funds to support the unemployed and families with children. Some support was rendered to entrepreneurs, but the situation is still difficult. What are the prospects of overcoming the corona crisis? The second question is, when we go back to the pre-coronavirus normal, and after all, there was no second lockdown in October and November, so maybe the situation is better. Well, that's a logical question. After all, Yekaterinburg and Urals per se is a major industrial center. It's the heart of the Rust Belt of Russia. So all the negative impacts of the coronavirus clearly bear its impact on the economy of the region, just as it does on the economy as a whole. So, okay, what the prospects are? I'll try to dwell a bit more on the question. It's fundamental for the country at large. What industries in our country were hit the hardest? That's the transportation sector, and mostly the air transport. It's the railways transportation, mostly the passenger traffic was hit badly. It's the retail of non-food, food unrelated items. It's service sector. Well, it's clearly the fitness sectors, gyms, restaurants, cafes, etc. What have we done to cope with the situation? Like I said, the government was working hard in close coordination with the President's office in forging the measures to support the citizens and the economy. I've listed some industries. So we'll go step by step. What have we done to help them? We have postponed all the payments, apart from the VAT tax. They have been rescheduled to a later date. We have issued grants. We have provided zero interest rate loans. We have provided 2% interest rate loans with the possibility to write off the entire debt if they keep the 90% of their staff on the books, if they fire no one, or almost no one. Then it is possible to write off 50% of the debt if 80% of the staff is maintained. Then we have rescheduled to a later date the payments for lease of the state-owned equipment, and then for medium and small-sized companies, we've dropped the social benefit payments from 30 to 15%. And it's not the coronavirus-related measure, it's here to stay. So these were the mostly affected areas. What have we done elsewhere? We have worked with the too big to fail industries and companies. It's the car makers, it's the aircraft building, it's the shipbuilding, agriculture and building, construction. Car making support programs are operating in full swing. And the same goes for aircraft building. I mean, the MS-21 aircraft had liftoff yesterday. It's almost a production prototype. It's almost put into serial production. And I sincerely congratulate our aircraft makers with this. Besides, Il-114 was also tested in the air yesterday. It's a completely new aircraft. So the civil aircraft building has seen a 30% increase of output despite all the crises. Okay, construction was hit. We will build less this year, but we have supported both the citizens and the industry. How this was done? For instance, through a discounted rate mortgage at 6.2%. It's a major buttress effect for the economy in general. Now, talking at a bigger picture, we've spent 4.6 trillion rubles for an overall support. This is an unprecedented amount paid to support the population. It's 4.5% of the GDP. Over $1 billion was allocated to support the affected industries, and 83 billion were earmarked for citizens, for direct citizen support. So this is a huge package of measures that was designed, formalized, and implemented. And I think it was implemented efficiently. So now we are looking what comes next. As we overcome the corona crisis, this will be dependent on the end of the pandemic itself. How soon we would be able to move on to the nationwide vaccination, and whether we will be able to remove all the bottlenecks that are still there. I hope that in the next 6 months the situation will turn to the better. Now, turning to the economy, I think that by the end of 2021 or the Q2 of 2022 will be all the problems will be over, and we will see at once the GDP growth once again. But we'll have, each and every one of us will have to make an effort. We'll have to work hard, and hopefully we will be able to do this. Let's take a glimpse into the call center again. We don't have the sound. Unfortunately, Nailya, we can't hear you. In December, Nailya, can you please repeat the question? We didn't have the sound. In this difficult situation, this money was the lifeline for families with children, so the parents are asking, are more payments in the pipeline? We have got one more petition from Agiza Tuktarova from Bashkortostan. In November and December, she did not receive payments for her 9-month-old, and she doesn't know whom to ask for support. In the context of the pandemic, it's the lifeline for her, so the parents are asking, are more payments in the pipeline? I think I've answered this question before. I've answered the question about the new payments. We are constantly looking into the situation. We analyze whether it's feasible to make the new payments, and I will mention this in a while. Well, if this woman in question did not receive in November and the payments in November and December, it means that there was a failure in the payment procedure. So she was basically asking about the payments that have already been allocated. We need to streamline the current efforts. Can you please pass on the info on the petitioner in question? Where is she from? Bashkortostan. Okay, we will have to work with the pension fund and the one-stop shop service. We will look into this and she will get her money. Once again, what was the region? Bashkortostan. Well, I think the governor of Bashkortostan is listening to us, and we're specifically in Bashkortostan. Well, we can find it in the pile of petitions. Yeah, please do. We need to find out where did it happen. Well, there can be hiccups in the work of every governor. There is a young and energetic governor there. I think he'll figure out how to fix the situation. We'll go back to you. Thank you. Okay, let's switch to Novogareva. The Kremlin poll of journalists, please. I think Russia Today in the back bench, the back row. Igor Zhdanov, Russia Today. The question on security and terrorism. Russia has always condemned terrorism in all of its forms and manifestations. We have condemned the terrorist attacks in Europe this year, for instance. They were caused by another publication of caricatures on Prophet Muhammad. At the same time, Russia does not support this publication. So where do we draw the line between the freedom of speech, which is an inalienable right of any person, and the insult on believers' feelings? Where is this line? And what do we do to avoid this European scenario?
Where does this border go? I'm not going to tell you anything new. There's a good response. Your freedom ends where begins the freedom of another person. This is a universal principle. And those who act recklessly, offending the sentiments and the feelings of believers, should always remember that this will have consequences, kind of a backlash. But of course, this backlash does not have to be aggressive. And all world religions, including Islam and Christianity, just recently I cited the Holy Scriptures, the Quran, the Torah, and the Holy Scriptures of the Buddhists and the Bible, all world religions are not calling for aggression. And if your rights are trampled upon, if the rights of believers are trampled upon, of course, your reaction should not be trying to take the life of another person, because such a deed would go against the very grain of each and every world religion, because it's the Lord, our God, that has given your life to you, and you are not entitled to take it away. Now, as for Russia, you asked what we are doing to prevent anything like this from happening in our country. You see, from its very origins, Russia was born as a country of many religions, and we managed to foster a certain culture of interreligious relations. And this is a significant legacy that was bequeathed to us by our forefathers, by the previous generations. And throughout its history, our country underwent through terrible, tragic pages. at stake the deportation of certain peoples, certain nations after the Great Patriotic War. It is a very topical, thorny issue. We try not to talk about it too much, but it is our history. I'm not going to give any assessment right now to what transpired, but the representatives of nations that were deported, that were the subject of repression, well, they welcomed with bread and sword the occupants, the occupying forces of those who fought against the Soviet Union. But there were traitors everywhere. But again, not just traitors were there. There were people who were willing to lay their lives for the sake of their fatherland. So each and every nation had different people. But what I'm saying is that there were no repressions based on religious grounds. Yes, there were repressions against priests from the Soviet authorities, but they were against all priests. There were no repressions against one particular region. This is something that Russia has never seen, and this is very important. The thing is, the culture of relations between different religions, and not just religious people, but also atheists, is the culture that we have been fostering for centuries. And thank God no one makes some offensive jabs against representatives of other religions. And I'm hopeful, and I would very much like to ask you to make sure that nothing like this ever happens, because otherwise it is going to destroy our country from the inside, and this is something we cannot afford to do. And regarding what's happening in some European countries, I would like to say the following. You see, some European countries see the share of Muslims like 10% or so of local population, but mostly those Muslims are immigrants or second or third generation Muslims, whereas in Russia, our different religious groups live in their own country. They've got no other homeland. And this is a specific feature that characterizes the relations between different religions in our country, and that is what makes us different from many other countries. Yes, they've got this project of multiculturalism, but it has been routed, it collapsed. And even those who called for this project had to admit that it had been a failure. But our multiculturalist project has been born naturally throughout the centuries, and this is something we cherish. Unfortunately, we are not paying enough attention to big information agencies. Let's begin with STARS. TASS agency, Veronika Chotkina. We're not talking too much about the international agenda. That's why I've got a question about the international agenda, about the conflict of Nagorno-Karabakh, to be more precise. My first question is, this is a multi-year conflict. It has been frozen. Why do you think it has flared up all of a sudden? Has there been some objective cause behind that, or maybe some of these parties to the conflict has to be blamed, or maybe there's been some outside interference that managed to set the fire to this powder keg? The second part of the question is about Turkey's role. We know that Turkey provided its support during the acute phase of the conflict, and afterwards, after the ceasefire, a decision was made to set up a monitoring center. So Ankara is demonstrating that it has interests in this region. And what are Russia's interests in this region? And in what way do they coincide, maybe clash directly with the interests of Turkey? And the last aspect of my question concerns the situation around Gadrut. How big do you think the risk is that ceasefire violations are going to continue? And what is Russia going to do should such ceasefire breaches continue? Do you envisage raising the number of Russian troops? And another question about Gadrut. Judging by the discussions and the statements from these countries, the tension is partly due to the fact that the two parties have different interpretations of Article 4 of the peace agreement, according to which the Russian peacekeepers are to be deployed parallel to the withdrawal of Armenian troops. As far as I understand, Baku sees this article in that light that Armenian troops have to quit Nagorno-Karabakh completely, whereas Armenians construe this article in a way that they have to only quit the territories they are going to cede in accordance with this agreement. So Armenians say that they only have to withdraw from the territories they are to cede under the agreement, whereas the Azeri side believes that Armenians have to withdraw from Nagorno-Karabakh completely. As the co-author of this trilateral document, can you dwell on it? Can you clarify what you, Aliyev and Pashinyan, meant when you came up with this article? Yes, you've said a lot, and we can continue the discussion until the morning. Why now? Why it happened right now? The situation ran out of control. The tensions had been there for many years. I don't think that this happened because some outside force had interfered. There were frictions, there were clashes, some local conflicts. They were there on a regular basis, and in the end it degenerated into a conflict. Russia has always maintained that without any bloodshed, the two sides were supposed to arrive at an agreement. This was our stance at the Minsk group that is co-chaired by Russia, the US and France. Throughout many years, I'm simply reiterating our position. We have assumed that 7 areas around Nagorno-Karabakh have to be given over back to Azerbaijan, those regions that were controlled by Armenians. The status of Nagorno-Karabakh has to remain the same. Status quo has to be preserved in Nagorno-Karabakh while ensuring a possibility for connection between Nagorno-Karabakh and Armenia. And to that end, there were plans to set up the so-called Lachin corridor, the connection to Armenia. It's Lachinsky corridor, named after the area through which this road runs. Turkey's stance consists in Turkey protecting the righteous cause of Azerbaijan, as they publicly declare. They want to help Azerbaijan to get back the territories that were occupied during the clashes back in the 90s. And from the point of view of international law, these parts are an integral part of Azerbaijan's territory. I said that on many occasions. Armenia never recognized the independence of Nagorno-Karabakh, and given that, from the point of view of international law, Nagorno-Karabakh is still Azerbaijan. But I believe the situation is more complex than these international legal principles and questions might lead us to believe, because the roots go back to some territories. They spilled over to Nagorno-Karabakh, and Armenians of Nagorno-Karabakh took up arms to protect their lives and their dignity. And this year, the conflict exacerbated. It flared up. As is well known, we agreed through the trilateral process to cease hostilities. The parties agreed to stop at the positions they were at when the agreement was signed. Everyone has to stop there. And in that regard, a lot of technical issues arise. They're related to the infrastructure. Incidentally, this ceasefire agreement is of huge importance. I said that on many occasions because it puts an end to the bloodshed. People are no longer dying, and that is of principal importance. Everything else comes afterwards. The most important thing is to protect the lives and health of people, and this is something we addressed through the ceasefire agreement. So the armed forces stopped where they were when the agreement was signed, and that is why several infrastructure-related issues arose, both for the Armenian side and for the Azeri side. This is something that has, however, to be addressed through a negotiating process, and the trilateral agreement provides all the necessary conditions for that, because it states that once a truce is achieved, a ceasefire is achieved, the next stage should be a full normalization of relations in the region, with tapping full potential, economic and otherwise. It refers in particular to railway connection, to road connections, and it concerns Nakhichevan and the connection between the north and the south of Armenia. So those breaches of the ceasefire regime, well, one breach, it was a one-time thing, and I hope that it is going to stay this way. And I'm hopeful that sooner or later, the parties are going to sit at one negotiating table with our mediation, maybe with the mediation of the Minsk group. That's not important, but the most important thing is that this process is completed, and we hope that the international intermediaries will act finally and help those people who need help and protection. And we hope that not just Russia is going to help the refugees getting back to Nagorno-Karabakh, dispatching its humanitarian convoys. We hope that UNICEF, UNESCO, the World Food Programme are going to tune in and help, and those who want to provide help on a bilateral basis will respond and will take concrete actions instead of just saying words. We're going to do our part too. As for increasing the number of our troops, it's possible, but only if we reach an agreement with all the parties, in particular with Azerbaijan, because from the very beginning, from the very outset, we agreed on a certain number. This number has been endorsed, has been agreed upon. And incidentally, people from both sides understand full well the situation. This is a technical matter, and if everyone arrives at a decision that this is what we need to do, then this is what we'll do. If there is no need for that, then we won't do it. But it's not just about the peacekeepers. We also have our EMACOM specialists and also the border service of the Russian FSB. They're also working there. Let's get back to Nizhny Novgorod. I would like to say that the press conference has been going on for more than 3 hours now. The placards are different, and journalists are trying to draw the attention of Mr. President through different means, coming up with new questions. Mr. Peskov, as a journalist, I would like to give everyone the opportunity to ask their question. So maybe, Mr. Peskov, you could have a look at the placards that journalists are holding up, and you will choose a question yourself. Pensions, Penza. Introduce yourself, please. Good afternoon. My name is Yulia Ismailova, Yan Leninets. I'm editor-in-chief. Mr. President, annexation for working pensioners was abrogated 5 years ago. It was announced as a temporary yet necessary measure. Under what conditions can we get back to the system of indexing the pensions of working pensioners? What do we need for that? The condition is very simple. We have to have the necessary funds at the budget. As is known, even though you are a young Leninist, you are caring about the older generation, and that's a good thing, but those Lenin organizations know that there were no pensions to working pensioners during the Soviet times at all. But, of course, these are difficult times we're living in, and indexation is of huge importance, but there is some delicate balance to be found. Some elements of the pension they're simply not taken into account when the final sum of the pension is determined, and this is something we've got to look into, and there are certain categories of our pensioners that require additional support from the government, and that's for sure. They are not earning enough, and people have to work at jobs others are not fancying very much. And we're interested in pensioners sometimes working at those jobs. So we've got to think about that. Next year, inflation is going to stand around 4%, maybe 4.1%. And the pensions are going to be indexed by 6.3%. And we're going to do everything in our power to make sure it happens. Now, as for what you mentioned, we're certainly contemplating this, and pensioners deserve such support. That's for sure. Call center, did you manage to find out something? Can you hear us? Do you copy? Yes, go ahead. Yes, we've managed to find this application. Algiza Tuktarova from Bashkortostan, the town of Kumurtau, she's asking when additional payments are going to be wired for November and December for families with children under 3. And if you don't mind, there is a question from a volunteer. We've got Dmitry Bazhinov. Dmitry has become a volunteer back when he was at school, and during the pandemic he was working at the Kommunarka hospital. What are the applications you have processed? Yes, one of the most important this year's citizens are concerned about is water supply, and we've got applications from different parts of our country, but the Crimea is at the forefront, of course. Those who live in Yevpatoria and Simferopol are in a dire situation. The local administration has already warned them that until the end of the year they might have to live without warm, hot water, hot running water. And not just the Crimea, but many cities along the Black Sea coast only get hot water during certain hours. Sometimes they don't have any at all. And Mr. Masterkov is asking, and he says that it's an emergency for the Crimea, but it's the norm for the Black Sea coast. So Russians are interested if there is a plan to restore water supply and when it's going to be implemented. Yes, we've got this plan, and would like to tell Mr. Masterkov and to everyone, this is a situation we not just know, we are looking into that at the government level and at the regional level. As for the Crimea, we are carrying out geological surveys. You know that some of the water is redirected to Sevastopol.
And we hope that in the nearest future the population would not notice these limitations. And that goes for the whole Crimea. It seems that there's quite enough of fresh water reserves in Crimea, and during the Soviet times, and especially when Crimea was the part of the Ukraine, that work was not done. Right now we're doing a lot. We're talking about desalination, but I don't think that is necessary. Maybe just in some settlements, because desalination is quite expensive. endeavor. So in order to lower the tariff for water supplies, the heads of the region believe that that would not be a cost-efficient water supply. We could use yet another innovation in Crimea, and the specialists are telling us that in the neighboring water reservoirs around Crimea, in the city of Azov, there could be great underground water reserves. We'll solve this issue. The funding is there. We're providing it, and there is no doubt. We will not be trying to save money on that. And that goes not only for Crimea. That's the region where the issue is the most acute, and I understand the concerns of the citizens about it. But that goes for Novorossiysk and Galendzhik as well. I have also chosen yet another memo from here. That goes for water management, for drainage. In Novorossiysk and Galendzhik, in those cities, they had a unified water sewage management system. Unfortunately, there was no distinction between the sewage and the so-called rain drainage. First, you have to divide these systems and draw up a special project for each system to provide funding for that, for the construction. We have all that scheduled. I understand that it's a drag, and I can see that in Novorossiysk and Galendzhik and other cities. But we have that as a plan, and I assure you we will deliver. We have forgotten about foreign media. Let's give the floor to BBC. Steve, we haven't heard you and seen you for a while now.
Господин президент, все чаще
Mr. President, more and more often we hear the phrase, the Cold War, regarding Russia and the West. And we see that Russia is regularly blaming external forces in that tension, be that the US, the UK, or NATO. Being in power for 20 years, don't you think that you bear at least a share of that responsibility for the regrettable, lamentable nature of our relations, especially regarding the Russian actions in the past, use of chemical weapons on the UK territory, as well as the annexation of Crimea, or the Russian authorities are all nice. Have you heard about the Bellingcat investigation? And they show very thoroughly that behind the attempted assassination of Mr. Navalny, there is the Russian state behind it. Now, as for the assassination of a known blogger, I spoke about that. The only thing that I can add here is what have been said many times. We are prepared to carry out the investigation. If anyone has information that the chemical weapons were used, and we keep talking about Novichok agent, we ask you, please provide us with this information. We have offered for our specialists to travel out to the field site, to Germany, to Sweden, to France, and together with colleagues on the ground to figure out this issue. Or we'd like to ask you to travel to us, to bring us the biological material, and at least give us the official report. Stephen, could you please explain to me why, despite many appeals from the Prosecutor General's office of Russia, we still did not have an official report? The German authorities have given all the information to the OPCW, but they give us nothing, saying that Germany has forbidden them from providing any information, and Germany is telling us, get the information at the OPCW. Could you explain that? Why don't we have the official report about the use of this Novichok? Are you asking me? Yes, I'm asking you. You know, I'm a journalist. I ask the questions, and you're answering. Well, I apologize, then I'll continue to answer your question. Let's say this just was a rhetorical question. Now, as for us being all nice and kind and fluffy, do we feel any kind of responsibility for what's going on? I feel responsible for what's happening with Russia and its nation. And I'll do everything in the interest of the Russian Federation. And that goes to the return of Crimea as a part of our Russian state. I'd like to say that it was done according to the expression of the will of the people of Crimea. In Kosovo, the people expressed their will, and you swallowed that, and you said, and it's all right, the people expressed their will. In Crimea, the referendum took place, and they voted, but you somehow don't like it. I'd like to say that democracy is the power of the people, and you have to either recognize that or refuse to use that term anywhere then. There are certain sanctions against the people of Crimea. Why are you introducing sanctions against them? If this is an annexation, then they're not to blame. Why do you punish them then? And if it's not an annexation, but the expression of the will of the people, then you have to recognize that it's a democracy and leave them alone. And the same goes to the claims and concerns about Russian annexation. Now, about us being all white and fluffy, compared to you, yes, we are indeed white and fluffy. Indeed, we freed from the Soviet dictate certain countries and nations that wanted to develop on their own. And we heard your promises that NATO will not expand to the east. You did not deliver on the promise. They were not written down, yes. It was a gentleman's agreement, but it wasn't respected. There was an expansion, and the NATO infrastructure is coming closer to our borders. Should we not react to that? Did we step out of the ABM treaty? We did not do that. And we had to respond by creating new systems of weapons that offset that risk and threat. Then our colleagues have stepped out of the INF treaty. Did we do that? No, our partners, our American partners, have left that treaty. So we said correspondingly, all right, we will not produce such weapons and locate them and deploy them unless the U.S. Does that in Europe. But we receive no response. Then the Open Skies Treaty in Europe, they stepped out of that. So what are we supposed to do in that regard? Should we just leave it at that? So you as a NATO country will travel around, fly over us and give everything to the U.S. partners, and will be denied such an opportunity regarding the U.S. territory. Well, you're smart people. Why do you think that we are dumb? Why do you think that we cannot analyze some very simple things? There are certain other issues that are concerning us, and we have to respond to them. At the same time, right now there is also a threat of the New START treaty running out, and there will be no architecture left whatsoever regarding the treaties. And we have called upon our partners from the very beginning. Let's extend this treaty for a year at least, and throughout the year, let's hold negotiation and substance, as diplomats say, and talk about how do we move on into the future. We understand that Russia now has new hypersonic weapon systems that no one else in the world has. We are fully cognizant of that. And we're not against considering this issue, but no one, as of now, has spoken to us about it. Yes, these systems are being developed in the European countries, in the UK, in the US, but they don't have it yet. We understand it, but we're open for negotiations. As of now, no one is holding any negotiations with us. So, answer your own question, who's white and fluffy and who's spiky and aggressive. We have 2 or 3 bases. And actually in Kyrgyzstan and in Tajikistan, in the regions which have a high terrorist threat, in Syria as well. And the other country, I mean the US, have a network of bases around the world. Do you know what's our military budget? 43 billion, and the UK has a lot more, and the US has $770 billion. And Russia is ranked about number 6 according to the military budget. US, China, Saudi Arabia, the UK, France, Japan, everyone is ahead of us. Then who's white and fluffy, and who's aggressive? We're not aggressive. Well, maybe not fluffy, but, you know, but rather well-intentioned. Well, you know, we aim to have a dialogue, and I want to quote Cat Leopold from one of our cartoons. Guys, let's all be friends. Now, moving on to Stavropol. Mr. Peskov, hold on a second, please. Hold on. Hold on, Stavropol. It's a very important question, and I'm waiting for it to be asked, but no one is asking that. And there is a question from Smolensk, the region of Smolensk. Galina Klimova is talking about gasification. On behalf of the citizens of the village of Komuna and Masoyedova of Vazimsky region of Smolensky region, saying that high-pressure pipelines have been brought to the village. And the pipes were done in 2015, but the village has not been yet gasified. And what I want to say, Madam Klimova, I have to say right away that this issue can and must be solved, and we'll do that for sure. The level of gasification in Russia stands at about 71.1%, and this year we have, Gazprom, we have spent 22 billion rubles on that, and the total sum stands in 56 billions. What's important, by 1.7 times, the level of gasification is higher in the village than in the urban-type settlements and towns. So we'll have advanced gasification in the rural areas, and we hope that by 2025, the level of gasification would stand about 90%. Of course, it depends on technical capacities. And what do I mean by that? I mean that there are such territories where gasification, on the whole, is almost impossible. So either there is no gas there, or no infrastructure whatsoever. But generally, for the territory of the Russian Federation, will be 90% gasification by 2025. As for your villages, I promise you, in the nearest future, we'll do that. Now to Stavropol. Yes, thank you once again. I suggest that we look at the banners prepared by my colleagues. As you can see, the topics of the questions are very different, and it's very hard to choose. But I'll be honest, my attention was captured by a banner with a famous picture taken by Yevgeny Kaldey, the banner of victory over Reichstag. Yes, this is a great picture and a great turning point for our history and the global history. So I'm talking about the 75th anniversary of the victory that we have celebrated this year. Stavropol was one of the cities where the military parade took place. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Mr. Nichiporenko. I took part in the military parade and it was a great impression on me. We're following the trends that what's happening in the world, I guess, first and foremost regarding our international partners that try to revisit the events of that time. They try to revisit what's happening, and the Minister of Defense of Germany is saying that we should be talking to Russia negotiate from strength and as if they've learned nothing from history. What will Russia do? Will Russia do anything to prevent the rewriting of history in order to preserve the historical memory of that event? Not to allow for the revision of history and any rewriting whatsoever, we have to be self-sufficient and strong in all regards. First and foremost, economically. We have to develop our political system for us to feel confident about our country domestically, for the citizens to understand where the country is going, the way it's developing. Build relations with our partners in the international sphere, considering our interests and considering their interests as well. And never forget the feat of valor that our forefathers gave to us as a legacy. And they did that not only throughout the Second World War and the Great Patriotic War, but throughout the whole past century. We have something to be proud of. As for the Great Patriotic War, we're going to archives, we're publishing new archives, we're creating new institutions that will do that permanently, constantly. I said many times that this rewriting of history is being done according to the today's political climates, and in the end that will be detrimental to those who do it. And that goes for glorification of Nazism as well. I'd like to highlight that today the UN General Assembly has made a decision. Well, not today. I don't know whether it's considered yesterday, according to New York Times. They've made a decision that condemns the glorification of Nazism. Only two countries voted against. That's the US and the Ukraine. I don't think that it does them no good. It's very apparent, and there are some fundamental things there. And the current political climate. As for us, we are proud of our forefathers and mothers, of grandmothers and grandfathers. We are proud of our history and of our country, and we'll do everything for this pride to walk along us and to leave it as a legacy to our children. Stavropol, please show the audience once again. There was a Chechnya fighting with someone. Yes, the banner was there.
Да.
Thank you so much, Madina Musaeva, State TV channel Mayak, Chechnya. Mr. President, first off, I want to pass on the words of heartfelt gratitude from the Chechen citizens who love you, and you are always welcome in Grozny. And now to the question. Today, Chechnya is one of the most developed and safe regions. This was accomplished with the help of the team that was formed with your support and assistance by Kadyrov the Elder. They helped to put the post-war recovery on track, and now we see the baseless attacks against Ramzan Kadyrov and his inner circle. He has been repeatedly sanctioned, and his spouse and his children likewise. So recently many sports committees and bodies have been sanctioned as well. So what the West is trying to do? What is the ultimate goal of these sanctions? Why are they putting this in life? Madina, is Kadyrov the only person who is sanctioned, who faced this baseless attacks and sanctions? I think Russia in general faces the situation. Ramzan is protecting the interests of Chechnya, but not of Chechnya alone. He protects the interests of the entire country. So this is the goal of our quote-unquote opponents from abroad. He is the goal. There's nothing particular about him or about it, nothing particularly surprising about the situation, in fact. Come to think of it, I am aware that he is quite philosophical about it. He doesn't fret much about it. Many of my brothers in arms, many of my colleagues are actually nursing a grievance if there are no sanctions against them. So it's, you know, it's a way to insult a person these days, to be, you know, avoided as a target for sanctions. Sanctions by the quote-unquote partners. Like I said, there's nothing particular about it. Russia is a self-reliant country. Chechnya is a part of Russia, and despite the severe wounds inflicted upon it in the middle of the 90s, it's developing rapidly. It is now headed by the new, young, vigorous, and energetic leadership. And I do know Ramzan Kadyrov quite well personally. His entire life has been dedicated to the service for the benefit of Chechnya and Russia, and I wish him all the best. I hope that the entire Chechnya will soon look like the Grozny looks today. Mr. President, if I may, one more question. Well, that is not very modest. Let's move on. Well, you've always been saying that you respect all the religions, you respect Quran, you respect the Muslims. What do you think? The rapprochement, the conversions of stances with the Muslims, is it important, and what part does Ramzan Kadyrov play in this? Well, he is playing an equal role to this of to governors of other regions. As you know, foreign policy is part of the foreign ministry mandate, although it is true that the regions are contributing to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs efforts on this regard. Well, as for Arab states and Arab organizations, we are pursuing our traditional policy in this regard. We are observers in many Islamic organizations in high standing. So traditionally, both for the Soviet Union and for today's Russia, Islamic world and the ties to it have always been important. We have a centuries-old tradition of this relationship. I think today we are actually trying to broaden this ties. Back in the Soviet era, this was dictated to some extent by ideological reasons. Well, today it's no longer the case. The geography, the scope of our cooperation is much wider and deeper, and we cherish these ties. We will continue developing them going forward. Now look at the Foreign Direct Investment Fund of Russia. It participates with virtually every sovereign wealth fund of these countries, of the world, and it has unique partnerships with some sovereign wealth funds of Arab states. In fact, they trust so much the judgment of the Russian Direct Investment Fund that they automatically, without thinking twice, they co-invest into the projects that the RDIF invests into. So it speaks volume to the quality of our cooperation. Okay, now let's go back to the World Trade Center, Interfax Agency. Mr. President, Lana Samsoni, Interfax Agency. First, the economic question. Russia did not tap into the sovereign welfare fund during the pandemic crisis. It offset the budget deficit through borrowing money. Does it mean that we expect some shocks on the commodities markets anytime soon? Now, those who wished to have some investments coming from the Sovereign Welfare Fund, should they forget about it at all? And the second part of the question. There's been much talk on the markets about the possible cancellation of the outcomes of the privatization of the 90s. May the country reinstate its control over major assets? And the last final question. What do you think about the international certificates for citizens who will get the vaccine shot? Could you come again, please? The international certificates for people who will do the vaccine shot against COVID. What are you talking about? Well, for people to freely travel abroad, mostly. Is it possible that we see the introduction of such document? Maybe Russia would initiate the introduction of such an instrument that will be another benefit for promotion of our vaccine, and it would help people travel more freely without the need to self-quarantine for a while as they travel, including the United States. Well, let me start with your last question, the international certificates that allegedly give the right of free travel to those who have the vaccine shot done. Well, it's as worthy topic for speculation as any other, but it would be no secret to you that even people who get the vaccine shot, they can contract the disease to others. They can still be the vectors. So, as far as we know today, given the certain amount of antibodies in the organism, COVID will be destroyed in the body of a particular person, but it still be there for quite a while. But again, we should look deeper into the matter, and we need to analyze the situation around the certificates. First off, the priority right now is to protect the health of our citizens. The idea with the vaccine is to protect the health of a person. And of course, it would be a barrier that would prevent the further spread of the disease. It's a way to build the herd immunity. Okay, now to the question of the Sovereign Welfare Fund. Yes, it is true that it has increased, and substantially. I think the increase was up to the tune of 70%, but it was to some extent caused by the exchange rate swings. But yes, it's a kind of a safety net. It doesn't mean that we are preparing ourselves for some shocks, but we need this safety net. We need this rainy day fund. Look, we have a legislation in place according to which we can spend money from the Sovereign Welfare Fund. But if and only if its volume is over 7% of the GDP. We are currently about to hit the level of 7.1% of GDP. The liquid part of the Sovereign Welfare Fund is 8.2 trillion rubles. What does it mean? It means that part of them are already invested. This year alone, to develop the so-called Eastern Thoroughfare, the Baikal-Amur highway, and some other projects had a significant amount of money invested from the sovereign welfare funds. Also, we cover part of the social commitments with the money from the sovereign welfare fund. It's the families with children benefit payments, it's the payments to doctors and nurses, to students, it's the payments to the affected industries, and support of the too big to fail companies. The overall amount of money that we are about to allocate is 350 billion rubles. 250 of them have already been spent, have been allocated and spent. Well, you know, the end of the year is always the most intense time to spend. So during this remaining time, we'll probably spend the rest, 100. So we do use this fund, but we have to be prudent, as we do, like I said. 7.1 trillion so is the figure that we are aiming for the next year. But we are planning for the triennial period. That's the rule that Ministry of Finance sticks to. We look both at the domestic development and the state of the economy globally. So, like I said, we use all the tools at our disposal to stabilize the situation, both the borrowings, loans, and sovereign welfare funds.
Так, давайте Санкт-Петербург.
Okay, let's give the floor to St. Petersburg. I can't hear you. Thank you for going back to us. Well, you know, looking from the highest point, it looks like a chessboard. So, okay, what's the next chess move? It's the Yeltsin Library Hall. It's been over 3 or 4, almost 4 years, so I give the floor to the lady in blue turquoise jacket. The regional television, I have a question about education. Ours is a small region, and our goal is to attract as much youth as possible as students. The region does a lot. The Veliki Novgorod region hosts children to study from across 24 regions of Russia, but we lack the dorm capacity. Not enough rooms to accommodate everyone. Is there a possibility to have some kind of program to support the college population and the vocational schools population? Well, it's a problem for all the educational institutions, and we try to treat this on a case-by-case basis. Mostly, the educational institutions are there for themselves to help themselves, but we are going back and forth with this question. It's something they share in common, all the universities, all the colleges, all the vocational schools. It's true, when the single state exam was introduced, the problem has grew more acute. So now, people from remote regions, from all over Russia, in fact, are freely exercising their right to come and study at the best universities of the country. Many of them come from the middle of nowhere, basically, and they go to central capital cities, and they clearly need extra support, and they need a place to stay. Well, as far as I know, there are plenty of ways to deal with the situation. They can rent a room, they can have the subsidy, for the rented rooms, they have the dorms. Sometimes universities try to create some extra income for the students. But we know about this problem, we'll try to do our best.
Так, давайте продолжим.
Okay, and let's continue with the World Trade Center, the Culture TV channel. Let's give the floor to Culture. Mr. President, Yana Muziko, Culture TV channel. A question about the promotion of Russian language and Russian culture globally. Examples abound when business projects gain a huge audience within the country and abroad, when they gain huge popularity, like Masha and the Bears cartoon or the Smishariki TV show. It's a raving success, and some colleagues, the competition actually accuses Kremlin of being behind this tremendous success. Well, we don't know that. Let us know if that's indeed the Kremlin's hand at play. Speaking seriously, though, do you think there is a place for private initiative in exercising the soft power of the country? Is it possible to make sure that our cultural projects will be just as successful and large-scaled as others? Well, let's go back to the notion, to the term of the soft power. What is soft power? It is the education, the culture, the humanitarian ties at large. And in this sense, they are the most universal tool of collaboration in the world. And they cannot be subdued by any kinds of restrictions or sanctions. Whoever tries to impose them will be the first to lose, because this is exactly counterproductive. I think there is something fundamental about these things. They undergird the culture of the Russian nations, of all the Russian nations that inhabit our great country. It is, after all, the shared culture that has a direct expression in people's identities. It is supported both on the state level, like ballet, theater, and visual arts. I think there is no other country who has this level of culture to match ours. I don't think there is another country with the same level of state support of theaters, and this is clearly a part of our national heritage. Now, problems abound in this area as well, but still, this is a huge chunk of the state support that goes into culture. Now, you mentioned yourself that there are successful projects such as cartoons and feature films that gain huge popularity among the population, among the youth specifically. Well, I think there is huge demand for state support here, and it's clearly insufficient. Yes, we are really happy that there are creative crews in our company who manage to come up with something so popular such as the Смешарики show. But the state alone cannot support them. It is indeed the place for private initiatives to lend their shoulder, to help them. We've just recently had a discussion about the state of play in the Soyuz multfilm, that studio that has plenty of issues to overcome. After all, the cartoons that they've made have been accompanying the entire generation of young people, and they are based on basic human values. They teach the good things. They teach us to commiserate, to love one another, to love your homeland, to love the nature. Now, look at this craze of the day, these shooter movies. Well, they draw attention, that's for sure, but what do they exactly teach them? I think they can actually inflict some damage on the immature mind. So I think that the quote-unquote positive content merits greater support of the state than all the rest. And I think this is exactly the part of the soft power, but it can in no way be something state-sponsored. It is exactly the case where you need to exert less control and give more freedom to exercise. Mr. President, we've been working for 4 hours now. I think we'd go back to call center right now, and then we will be at your disposal. How many questions will you be willing to take? Call center, please. We have questions from children too. Previously, they've been making footages of their dances, of reading poetry aloud. These are quite serious, in fact. Mr. President, good afternoon. We have a letter from Mikhail Yakovlev, a 10-year-old from Kursk. He writes that he likes to read news, and he recently understood that Russia is disliked by other countries, and he doesn't understand why. We are making them no harm.
I can tell you right away that Russia is well loved by people in many countries across the world. And even if we are arguing with some big men and women. Mostly these are just adults trying to sort things out between themselves. Of course, it has a certain impact upon relations between other people, but mostly the relations between peoples, nations all across the world are very stable, they are friendly and are based upon mutual respect. We've got even more questions. Yes, there is a boy who is asking why his brother Pyotr is studying remotely. He is in 7th grade and he is in 5th grade and he has to go to school every day. And he either wants his brother to go to school or he wants to shift to online education himself. What do you think, Mr. President? I think this is a little unjust, even though this is something we need to do, and I agree. Your family should probably be reunited at school, but still we all have to listen to doctors, to medics who say that children, the youngest children, are less susceptible to COVID infection and they can go through this infection without many symptoms, and there's nothing wrong about them gathering at one room, whereas children that are a little older should better stay away from school and study remotely because they're more susceptible to the infection. But I'm hopeful that sooner or later this will all come to an end. But there's one thing I have pointed out. I'm very glad for you and for your brother, and I'd like to thank your parents. Why is that? Because you have such good relations with your brother, and this is something precious. And yet another question from Elena Vorontsova from Yekaterinburg. She's asking, Mr. President, what books are you reading to your grandchildren? Marshak, for instance. What about concrete books? 12 months, for instance. And there are other very good books written by Russian writers, Russian authors. We've got very good fairy tales, Russian and Soviet ones. Yes. Let's give the floor to RIA Novosti, because we have not yet given them a chance to ask their question. The mic to them, please. Mr. President, good afternoon. Olga Samsonova, RIA Novosti. A follow-up to an issue that you've raised, namely arms control, as well as the future of the Open Skies Treaty, the future of the INF Treaty. As far as I understand, given the incoming new American administration, the prospects of reviving these treaties are very blurry, very vague. What about the New START? If it's extended, or rather, if it's not extended, is there a risk that Russia will be drawn into a new arms race it will not be able to afford, especially amid these difficult conditions? And another question related to that, it's about hypersonic weapons. How do you think the emergence of hypersonic weapons has changed the geopolitical balance? When you spoke during your address to the Federal Assembly in the 1917-18, have all these projects been implemented, or maybe there is something else we should be getting ready for? To start with the New START treaty, if nothing happens in February, this treaty is going to expire, and during this press conference I said that already, and on many public occasions I have said that we are willing to engage in dialogue, and the newly elected president of the US, Joseph Biden, as far as I understood him, has announced his willingness to continue this dialogue and to preserve this cornerstone of a document. And we're willing to do that as well. But we need some kind of response from our American partners. If it fails to happen, is there going to be a new arms race? But it's already here, this arms race. And it's absolutely obvious. Once the US withdrew from the ABM treaty, it all kick-started. One country is building kind of an umbrella for itself. What is going to be the end result of this? It is going to set at zero our nuclear potential. So what were we supposed to do? We were supposed to do everything in our power to prevent that from happening. Either we were supposed to set up an ABM system of our own, or we were supposed to create systems able of penetrating the ABM system. And this is something we did. We created hypersonic weapons, in particular Vanguard missiles. The speed is at more than 20 Mach, and these are not ballistic missiles, so ABM systems are not going to be able to capture those missiles. Has the emergence of hypersonic weapon, not just Vanguard, but also Dagger and Zircon, very important part of our weaponry, the arsenal. Tests have been conducted recently, and we've almost completed working on this project. The speed is superior to 8 Mach, and the range is very big. It can be installed either at a stationary platform, or it can be installed on ships or submarines. It can be located in neutral waters. Just calculate the speed and the range. Now, as to whether this has changed the geopolitical situation, my answer is yes, of course. It has an impact on this situation. Our American counterparts have been developing kind of a theory, a prompt global strike. That is, a strike can, with high precision weapons, against control and command centers. Of course, high precision weapons, this is something they have, but so far they don't have access to hypersonic weapons. Of course, they're going to come up with that, but by that time we will have been ready. You have asked what we are working on right now. We are working on that, in particular, an antidote to eventual hypersonic weapons that other leading armed forces all across the world are going to acquire, and I'm confident that we're going to achieve just that. We will do that. As for all other weapons systems that I announced during one of my addresses, yes, we're working on all of them. Some of them have already been commissioned. Dagger, commissioned and entered into service. Peresvet, this is laser weapons system. It's already in active use. And we're working on the heavy missile called Sarmat. It's at the final stage. Poseidon as well. Nuclear-propelled global reach missile is yet another project we are working on according to schedule. Yes, some technical issues do arise, but I do not see any issue that would prevent us from achieving what we have planned to do. Rest assured, we'll do it all. I have already said that the arms race has been launched, but we are keeping up. We rank 6th in terms of our military budget, mostly funding for the armed forces, but also it's around 46 billion. The US is 776 billion, but we are ahead of many others thanks to our scientific potential, thanks to our researchers, the brains of our scientists and inventors, the talent of our engineers and workers. We will not... Yes, one of the leaders of the defense industry in the US has said that even though our armed forces have become more compact, they have become more efficient, and we're going to do everything in our power to guarantee our security, the security of the Russian Federation and our people. Mr. President, what do you think? Another 2 or 3 questions, and then we are going to wrap up. Yes? Yes. Rostov-on-Don, then. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Thank you very much for getting back to us. We've been waiting for that. We've got very good placards, wonderful costume from a journalist at Kalmykia, and there's a young lady. She says that she wants to ask a question. She needs that. Why so urgent? Please stand up. Yes, Vera Yuzhanskaya, the regional newspaper of Rostov-on-Don region. Mr. President, it so happens that I attended almost all press conferences of yours, but I've never had a chance to ask a question. So, as a bonus, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask 2 questions. The first part of the question is related to what we've already been talking about, the crops and the prices. The Rostov region was jubilant. We have had record crops, but now people are sort of lamenting because we are surprised by the prices and there is no logical explanation for that. My question is why? Why all of this? Why did this happen? You have said the magic words, the government, everything is going to rush now and do everything they suppose. But still, why is this happening? Are we exporting too much or are we importing too much? We are exporting grain and sunflower, but we're importing technologies for cattle breeding. We are importing seeds, as well as equipment for our food industry. So what is the issue here? And the second part of the question, I'm going to ask it after you answer this first part, because it's about spiritual food, as it were. Yes. Of course, we have to improve our independence, our autonomy. That concerns certain types of technology, seeds, certain aspects of cattle breeding, but it has no relation whatsoever to the prices. I've already explained to you why the prices are fluctuating. It's due to the situation in the world markets. I refer in particular to the prices on sugar and vegetable oil. We've collected enough sugar. It's sufficient for internal consumption, but we've seen prices surge in the world market, so more is exported, and the prices domestically are climbing up to match those at the world market. And the same happened at the oil market, for instance. Both producers and exporters believe that they should not lose anything because of the internal prices. They are calculating missed opportunities, that they're going to suffer because they are fail to export, but they do not factor in how much the government has invested into production and how much they benefited from the budget support. And we also have in place a system for subsidizing export. And even though the situation in the world markets has changed and export has become very beneficial, producers and exporters benefited a lot, but the government did not react in time. And that is why we have had some tough conversations with colleagues. But as I said, we are hoping that this is going to be rectified in the nearest future, and the same goes for grain and for pasta. The crops have hit a record level of 131 million, but the prices are climbing up, and it's absurd. But as I've pointed out to you, it does not reflect the fundamentals, but it has an impact on people, which of course is frustrating, but it can be adjusted and it can be improved. But it's important to use market mechanisms, not to overexert the administrative muscle. We can use some customs regulations methods when food is exported. And of course, we've got to stimulate production too, but that concerns those parts that need stimulating. And what about the second part of your question? On behalf of several colleagues from the room. There is a small city, Bataysk. It has a small newspaper. It ranks among the top 10s in Russia. It's very critical. It protects the citizens. The editor was awarded the prize, the editor of the year. We know him, many others. And in early November, the Committee on Property Management fired the editor without cause. Everyone was very concerned and angry because the editor had been doing a very good job. So why all of a sudden this decision? And the property manager, the owner, tried to make up some reasons. Terrorizing the newspaper, taking away the hard drives, resorting to special instruments like the media. We've got media and we also have special media that are denigrated the editor, and this editor that had been working for 20 years and all of a sudden the editor was transformed into some kind of a black sheep, vilified by everyone. So what do you think, Mr. President, is going to happen? How is it going to end? This editor has been reduced to dust, and seeing that all other editors of small regional newspapers are going to do the same, they're going to keep a low profile, they will be afraid that the same would happen to them. That is one scenario. But I told you this is about spiritual sustenance. The thing is, without normal media, we're not going to be able to build a civil society at all. I agree with you, without normal media, we're not going to be able to build a civil society. It's obvious. Efficient, living media are a core element of society. I do not know about this case you've just explained to me. I don't know about this editor-in-chief, Madam Pivovarova, of the newspaper Russia Ahead. But you say that she was fired by the Property Management Committee. You and I, we understand that the bodies managing property own some property on behalf of the state, of the government. But it is absolutely obvious that they're not and should not be responsible for the content. They only have to make sure that nothing is stolen, that everything stays in place, so that the government property is not taken away. I hope that the chair and the stationery stay where they're supposed to be. Of course, it's not the property committee itself that made the decision, but the head of the committee of Bataysk, and I'll ask the governor to look into that and sort this out. And if he does not have the necessary resources, I'm going to give him a helping hand. Mr. President, please let it be not just the public servants, but also the All-Russian Popular Front. Yes, I'm going to ask them to do that. Yes, let's get back to the World Trade Center. There's not been a single question from that flank of the room. Yevgenia Avramenko, regional news agency. Mr. President, this year, due to the pandemic this year, a lot has been done to support the Russian business, but small enterprises still are not in very good shape. What about next year? What about individual entrepreneurs and small enterprises? Can they count upon federal support? And another thing, on behalf of our agency, would like to thank you and Russia for helping Maxim Shabaley. His and his interpreter spent more than 18 months in a Libyan prison, taken hostage. We were following the situation, and we're very glad that this year they have been liberated and got back Russia. This gets back to the question from Grozny about our cooperation with the Arab world. This is something we managed to achieve thanks to our friendship with our friends in Arab countries. They helped us in this matter.
Now on to the support of the small and medium enterprises. I have already listed all those measures of support that we have introduced. I don't think there is a need to remind about them again. We directed about 1 trillion rubles to the affected industries, and that is small and medium enterprises. That goes to those entrepreneurs who indeed were very gravely affected. That also regards to the return of the previously paid taxes. The funding allocated to the payment of taxes this year, and everyone knows that people have used this opportunity. We're monitoring the situation as it is unfolding right now. We're forecasting what would be happening in the nearest future. Indeed, if should such a need arise, and maybe it possibly would, we'd look what we can do additionally in order to support of the self-employed. Some very warm words were said about the Arabian world, and now we have a journalist from Iceland, and we haven't had that throughout this whole time. Please introduce yourself. Hoikurukshu, in translation, that sounds like falcon, the falcon. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you for giving me the floor and for this chance to ask the question to the head of state. That happens twice in the Russian Federation, so there is no hotline with you this year. So now every journalist from around the world can ask you a question, and that's a unique event around the world when journalists and citizens ask questions. I wanted to pitch such an idea for it to be a round table at the international level, when other presidents and leaders of other states would also be present. From Scandinavia, for example, there are presidents and even kings. They're still there. Mr. Rosenberg has sold offshores, and when the Queen, when any citizen of the state can ask a question, that's a direct democracy. That's the leader being close to its roots, and I think that's a good lesson for other democratic leaders. What do you think about this idea for it to be a round table for around the world, for not only you to take part? And that's technically very simple. The second question, I think it's a more fun one. Well, Happy New Year. Back in the day, you hinted that you would reveal the secret of the family happiness. That was said at a press conference, of course, and if you're in the mood, we'll be happy to hear it. And in the end, a boy from Rostov said that in the West doesn't like Russia. That's not true. We truly love Russia. BBC, CNN, they accuse you of some very bad things, and press from Iceland also does that a little bit. But there is a major war against you personally. Some of you are, some are afraid of you, but hate or a bad attitude towards Russia? No, that's not true. So thank you very much for the conference. Thank you to the technicians, interpreters, and drivers, engineers, and let's move onwards and stay safe and healthy. Thank you very much for your kind words. They're very rare these days, and I guess you'll get a dressing down from your colleagues or whatnot. But I think that's a part of the profession as well. You have to suffer through that. As for the idea of a round table, I think it's a good idea, but first, I guess, what we need to implement is our first suggestion for the P5 members together around to discuss the issues that are concerning the whole humanity, and that has to do with the pandemic as well. As Mr. Macron, the President of France, has suggested we focus on disarmament, for example, those issues that engage all of us, for example, environment. There is no doubt an extremely important issue for the humanity. Fighting terrorism, racial intolerance and religious intolerance. We could have a whole range of issues to discuss that are extremely important for all of us. In itself, the idea of holding a round table as an online, for example, yes, that is possible and important, but most importantly, your proposal needs to be supported by your colleagues. By the way, we have very good relations with Iceland, not only at the level of, people's diplomacy, but we also have good state relations, and we cherish that. We treat Iceland with respect. We have some things to learn from Iceland, and I mean the energy, the use of hydropower. We cannot quite get to learning from your experience. However, some regions of Russia, for example, Kamchatka region, is studying that and using that, and we hope that that would bring us specific practical results. As for the secret of family happiness, that's love. But it's not a secret. It's an open secret. That's a universal idea. Love should be the basis for relations within the family, and since we're talking about international relations, that should be a part of that as well. And now, Mr. President, to the final question from Novogorova. Please show us the Novogorova Center. I think we have given the floor to everyone around. Now, the other side, please. I can see Vesti. Yes, please, you have the floor. Izvestia, Viktor Semenyuk. Mr. President, we've heard a lot of questions about different issues, but my question will be a little different. Over the past year, indeed, we have learned and felt it, what it means when, indeed, it was a very difficult year for all of us, and it was an emotionally difficult year. Several years ago, at a press conference, you said that you collect emotions, and the question is, what were the prevalent emotions throughout these years, including the difficult year 2020, and what kind of emotions would you wish us in the next year? Maybe you already know what you would toast to on the New Year's Eve. Please sit down. As for the prevalence of good and bad, every year there are many difficulties that we have to surmount. And each year brings us great joys, both family-wise and state-wise, universal achievements. And despite everything, we have great achievements despite everything. And we should be proud of, and we are. This was a difficult year. But what I wanted to highlight here, while you were asking what I thought was, is it like we never had difficulty through our newest history? Only throughout today's meeting, I was thinking back to the 1990s and the beginning of 2000s. It seemed that there is no light at the end of the tunnel. There is nothing there. No army, no economy, the social sphere collapsed, unemployment sky high. Every third person lived below the poverty line. And look at today. Yes, we have many issues. Yes, people are still living hard, and there are many of them. But still, the fundamental basis of the Russian statehood, the fundamental basis of the Russian economy, the capacity of the state, cannot be compared what was happening in the 90s and early 2000s. We have tools in our hands that we've never had, and that gives us a chance to concentrate on the most important, on the vital and crucial challenges that need to be solved. We should never forget about the strategic goals for the development of the Russian Federation. As for the toasts, well, here, I, just like any other citizen, I have a lot of toasts at the New Year's Eve celebration. But most importantly, the amount of champagne or other drinks being drunk, modesty is important there, but the number of toasts doesn't matter. We will toast to our loved ones, to our families, to our friends and colleagues. But as for me and my friends, in my family, the most important toast is to one thing: to Russia.
Ну и чтобы уже завершить все-таки не таким пафосом,
And in order to end not as such a powerful note, but with something warm and kind, what I wanted to say throughout today's event, several colleagues asked about what we're planning, and do we plan anything to support families with children? What I wanted to say is, the volunteers told me recently that they have different ideas and initiatives how to support children on the eve of New Year celebration. Unfortunately, this year, because of epidemiological situation, many New Year celebrations have been cancelled, as well as in theaters and children's clubs and so on. But this is an unusual festival. It has to do with expectations, with hopes and aspirations for the future, and with hardship today as well. So before I came here, I talked to the government and the presidential administration as well, and we have agreed that the country, the state, and also give a present to our children. It will be a small, modest present, but still to all families with children under 7 years old will pay out 5,000 rubles to each child, to the families where there is a child from 0 to 7 years old. I'd like to thank you, all of you, for today's work. I'd like to wish you all the best. I hope that we did not tire each other out, and I'd like to express hope that the people who were following this event for about 4.5 hours, that were listening to us, it was both useful and interesting. As for me, I'd like to say that it was very useful, and we'll do everything in our power to respond in full to all of your concerns, to the issues that the country is facing, that each Russian family is facing. I wish you all the best. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Goodbye. Goodbye.